have liked collecting motorcycles, but today our drivers are looking to collect checkered flags as we get ready for round 3 of the Zenith Racing Series here at Barber Motorsports Park. I'm Joe Peak, joined by Joey Atterbury in the booth. We'll have Sloan Paulsner down on pit lane to join us. After qualifying shortly earlier today, Joey, drivers have done a quick turnaround. We're already on our pace laps.
Yeah, we've already got those classes rolling off of the grid and getting onto that racetrack here at Barber Motorsports Park. You can see that it is a little bit of an overcast day. You don't have bright blue sunshine. However, we are getting reports that the humidity levels, Joe, are quite high. That's going to have to be something that those drivers are going to manage today, making sure they stay hydrated throughout these endurance races.
Indeed, they do. It's showing at about 84% humidity. I can see on my timing and scoring. I'm sure Sloan will have a little bit of better info for us when we go to her a little later on to exactly what it feels like down there. But you can see the cars ready to go with, I believe we'll have about 23 of them racing here today. Might as well go through today's starting grid with Vaughn in the number 77 starting off for the Nimbus Racing team on the pole position. It'll be Clay McGurk who starts the 59 team for Stratus Racing behind in second. In third for the ZP2s, it will be Hibbett in the round 3 racing number 4 machine. We've got Patrick Powell starting in fourth in the number 27. Then you've got Opalski in the number 908 automatic racing starting from fifth. It'll be Pease in the round 3 racing number 5 car starting from 6th position. And then McClintock will start from 7th, followed by, we're showing Clay McGurk in 8th, but I believe that is incorrect because I don't think he can be in 2 places at once. And then Eklund in 9th place in the 909 completes our ZP2 class. What about our ZR2 class, Joey?
Yeah, the first of those GT classes is going to have Colin Garrett in that 9.4 Motorsports car. He leads that pole position for that class. Ari Baylog is going to start next to him in 2nd place. Pacelli is going to be rolling off in 3rd with Henry from Finish Line RPM there in 4th. Then we've got Peel back here. The 2nd of the 9.4 Motorsports cars is going to be rolling off in 5th. And Garton from Retro Rockets going to be rounding out that 6-car ZR2 class. But, Joe, we also have that 3rd class, ZR3's that 2nd GT class.
Indeed, and Sergio Ramirez starts on the pole for Harrison Motorsports down in the 392. You've got Messenger in the AOA car, number 14, on the outside of the front row. Jack Daly will start from 3rd for No Lift Racing with Clifton Lipple in the 4th spot for the number 85 car. Abdallah starts from 5th in the 555. You've got Jenkins in 6th in the 777 for Big Mission Motorsports. And then Gray starts in P7 for Finish Line RPM. Last of the field, going to be Turek in the number 7 ZR3 machine here today. Real quick, Joey, why don't we check out what this track has in store for us?
Yeah, we're located here in Alabama, just about an hour drive outside of Atlanta, just to our west. And you can see the Alabama roller coaster, this racetrack filled with elevation. It starts off immediately, turn number 1, all the way downhill. Then you have a quick climb for turn number 2. But look down towards Charlotte's Web. That's turn 5. Our best passing opportunity. And then turn number 8, a very, very tricky downhill brake zone where the drivers really have to manage how much curb they take through that museum corner. And then sector number 2, where you've got turns 11 and 12, 12 and 13 over here. Fast switchback, change of directions up and over the tunnel turn. And then sector number 3 is these final couple corners that we've got here at Barber. Much more on the slower side, much more on the technical side, but the drivers always have to manage that grip level to launch themselves out of turn number 17, and that's a lap here just under 2.5 miles at Barber Motorsports Park.
A lot in 2.5 miles, that is for sure, and they're already coming out of the final turn, so we are getting ready to go racing for 5 hours today. Hopefully drivers are ready for this one. as they will be swapping out with teammates later. Surely lots of pit strategy to be involved in this one, which we'll go over with Sloan a little bit later today. But for now, we wait for the ZP2 field to get the call from the flag stand as they wait patiently here on the main straight. They're holding them for quite a while. They're getting right up to the line. And now they are able to go as the green flag is out and we fly down towards turn 1. It is Vaughn who is leading them down through that sweeping left-hander, but tries to cut back across, leaves some space there around the Alabama roller coaster. You could see the ZR2 class also following behind at the start.
And we've still third place. Check out that car. That's too wide. Now it's a battle for fourth place there. I believe that is McClintock, and then also that's the number 3 car. He is getting down to the inside. That is John McClintock trying to pick up a few positions here on this opening lap at Barber Motorsports Park. So he was that white and red car down to the inside at turn number 5, but now he's going to be on the wrong side of the road going into this museum corner section. You see everybody slot in single file this first time through, trying to get everything up to temperature, including the drivers.
Yeah, that's a good point, that these cooler temperatures with the cloud cover, kind of a weird combination with all the humidity as well. But I'm sure the drivers will adapt to it, and no doubt we'll see a few changes. In fact, some of our ZR2 cars looking like they are tired of being held up. They're making some moves, as I think that was Garrett going by Eklund in the ZP2s.
You called that right, and we saw a little bit of this at Sonoma when these faster ZR2 cars, right, call it the top 3 in that class, they have extreme pace, and depending on the tires that they're running, depending on the drivers that are in the car, they can definitely be just as fast as those ZP2 cars. So Colin Garrett, remember, this was our fastest ZR2 class car in Sonoma. They are certainly leading the way early on today.
McClintock and the ZP2's not doing as well. Oh, as we had a car stopped there. Didn't
that
quite make out who that
right
was.
There.
Oh, yeah. So some serious problems, unfortunately, here at the beginning. Hopefully they'll be able to get the car going while we are waiting to find out some more information about that. I believe Sloan has been waiting on pit lane. Let's head down to her and find out what things are looking like from her side of the wall.
Hey guys, super happy to be here on pit lane with you, giving you all the information, all the inside scoop. First thing I'm going to say, there is some rain that is starting to come down. My hair is not happy. Little raindrops. It didn't look like there was rain in the forecast as per 10 minutes ago, but we'll keep you updated on that. But I will say pit lane is quiet until the green flag drops. It's kind of eerily quiet in my opinion. But yeah, we have everything starting to unfold now. I'm super excited to bring you guys closer for pit stops and really give you some more deep information. We'll have a few stints with Sloan coming up too. No sheep, thank God. And yeah, I'll be back with some more info for you. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Interesting to hear about a little bit of moisture maybe hitting the track as we ride on board with our leader, Vaughn, in the 77. Interesting to note, Joey, that Garrett was not the only one that made some passes on ZP2s. It looks like Reed Garton also managed to make his way past and is trying to hold on to our leader in the ZR2s.
That's a great catch. Yeah, so both the number 95 and the number 41 have gone by a couple of those ZP2 class cars as now we ride on board. I believe this is Vaughn in the number 77 leading the way. Nothing but a clean windshield out front. Right now, the fastest lap does belong to the number 77, a 132.3 out there. You see that with the purple identifier there on the left side, timing and scoring. And that was the previous lap right there, the fastest, just trying to run away from everybody. He's got about a half second over McGurk right on his tail.
Trying to keep them honest, at least for the time being, but they're running away from everybody else. Opalski in the 908 back by about 2.7 seconds in these early stages. That could all switch around once we change the drivers out. Love getting these onboards, especially here at Barber, to show you that elevation change. And in these higher downforce ZP2 cars, it's got to be a wild roller coaster ride.
And I'm sure through some of these sections at Barber, just like you were talking through up and over the tunnel turn, This car has got to be an absolute blast to drive, and especially going into this section right here. They call it the Alabama roller coaster. Look at this steep downhill into turn number 1. There's the first hill. Now we climb it up and over. The car gets really light on its feet right here. And the driver has to manage that throttle to get onto it as soon as possible. Another big compression, another moment up and over crest. And trust me, Joe, the elevation doesn't stop there. Downhill brake zone into turn number 5. That's what makes it so tricky.
Yeah, it's often where you see drivers go a little bit deep, winding up in the gravel through there. We're watching Colin Garrett in the 95. He's that bright blue car. And it looks like the 57 has managed to make it back past Garton there, because you can see a ZP2 car in behind him. Now, I'm still showing his Clay McGurk in that car. I'm not sure if he's in the 57 or the 59, because our timing and scoring has him in a physical impossibility right now. But we'll try and get that sorted out, figure out which driver is actually in which car while we come back to that battle for the lead down through turns 12 and 13.
And just to try to help clarify some things, at least on our official entry list, the number 59 car, that does classify McGurk as a driver as well as Alder, while the 57 car out there, which is the other car that he is currently listed in, well, actually, Joe, I take that back. He's just, Lundqvist and Waddell in that one. So McGurk should be in the 59, a.k.a. second place, and that is actually extremely representative of the speed we've seen out of that driver so far this season.
Yeah, I would concur. So we can probably narrow it down to Lundqvist or Waddell in that number 57 machine for the time being. While we see these two running practically nose to tail in these first few laps of the race. Lap 5 here already in this 5-hour event. But I like what I'm seeing, because we kind of teased on this in the qualifying, Joey, that the ZP2 cars were likely going to have a much closer race amongst them, just because it is practically a spec class out there. And boy, these two can't seem to get away from each other in the early laps.
We've seen this a lot earlier in those couple of races that we had over on the West Coast, where patience was key in deciding where to pass and when to pass. And remember, you always want to promote clean racing, especially early on in the weekend. I mean, we're less than 10 minutes into the 5-hour race today. And then, of course, we've got the 6-hour race tomorrow as well. So I think that McGurk, as well as Vaughn, doing a terrific job right now, just trying to feel out where the competitor might be a little bit stronger, might have the same pace, and maybe here in the next coming laps can figure out how to get by him.
Big thanks once again to Sloan. It's always helpful to have her as feet on the ground. It is not Colin Garrett in the 95. It is Matt Millian who is currently out there. So we'll try and get some of those updated. Apparently just a few glitches here to kick things off. They got a lot of time to get that all sorted. Up and over turn 4 and down to 5 once again across that big dip and into the off-camber hairpin. So far, I haven't seen any big mistakes from these two leaders out in the race. Gavin Vaughn doing just a fantastic job to kick things off from pole. Once you get that pole position, Joey, it's not a guarantee if you don't get a good start that you're going to be in the lead after the start.
Correct. And I don't know if you noticed right there, just the brake zone going into the museum corner certainly seemed like our overall leader a little bit more easy on the brake pedal going in there. It was a little bit slower on the initial part, and McGurk certainly had that confidence in that brake pedal pressure to take it that much deeper. But we haven't mentioned this part of endurance racing at all, because it is in the first 10 minutes. We got multi-class out there, so you are going to have to deal with the lap traffic, and in these fast ZP2 prototype-based machines, you're going to be dealing with them for the next 4 hours and 50 minutes.
Absolutely. You've got to try and make sure and baby it a little bit to try and get it to the end. We'll see who is good on their equipment out here. This track does have its own curbs that you maybe don't want to clatter into quite that much, but there's others that you can take advantage of out there. But that's where maybe a bit of track knowledge comes in. We heard our pole sitter for the ZR3 class, Joey, say that it was only his second time being at this circuit. So I think really those that have got some experience might have a little bit of an edge today.
And look at how busy it is with that multi-class that I was just mentioning a moment ago. And then kind of leading into Joe Peak's point about experience at the racetrack. Anytime you have laps prior to the weekend, the race weekend, that is a benefit for sure. If you've been here once before, that's great. If you've been here twice before, even better. If you've been here 3 times before, even better than that. So I'm sure that some of these drivers visiting Barber Motorsports Park, very first time here this weekend, still getting the feel of how it all races, and that's where some of that experience can certainly pay off. And then leading into that multi-class traffic, just knowing where to place the car, where's a good spot to make a pass, and where to kind of leave it alone and hope for the next opportunity.
For a second, we're watching Pease and Piatek in 5th and 6th. But yeah, that's them. That is Piatek in the yellow and white car, Pease in the one just in front of him, while our leaders carry on. The gap now up to about 4 seconds over 3rd place. Looks like that is updated somewhat. Looks like that is Kidd actually in the 908 for automatic racing back there right now. So we're getting just little updates here and there on who is actually physically in the car, as we are seeing almost looks like rain lights on at least one of the ZP2 cars.
And we did hear from our pit road reporter, at least behind the scenes, that the weather is iffy, right? It's not like there's a huge thunderstorm. She was mentioning the humidity out there. The temperatures are quite cool today, call it in the mid-60s, maybe getting up into the 70s, but you talk about the southeast and the beginning of spring and the transition into summer, it can certainly get a whole lot warmer than that. And Joe, to your point, all the cars, they've got their lights on. So it is not necessarily a bright blue sky day. And typically when you have the lights on, it is going to be very weather conditions. But I don't see precipitation coming down yet.
No, haven't heard anything. I'm pretty sure Sloan will let us know if it does start raining down there, because she'll feel it first. So out of the final corner once again, Barker in the 77. Ethan Barker over Clay McGurk, as we're getting an update on that. Still separated by about half a second between them. Haven't been much more than that since the start of the race. If you're Clay, Joey, do you want to try and get the track position here? Or if you feel like your pace is pretty close, are you content to ride?
Either one. I think you have to put the confidence into your driver and let him decide. If Clay has got the confidence to say, you know what, I can go past the number 77 in a clean fashion, and then go out there and run my laps, then give your driver the go-ahead to go up there and go race him. Now, if Clay is feeling that he's totally okay sitting in second place, it's not necessarily a negative to sit there behind the number 77 and simply run the pace. We have seen incidents in this series over in Sonoma Raceway, and they do the beautiful job with that code 60. And sometimes when you're sitting in second place, it allows you to kind of observe everything else on the racetrack and also observe what the leaders are doing. And it might give you that strategy call if they stay out to come back in if a situation like that happens.
That's a really good point. And I'm glad you brought up that code 60. Now, for those that are not familiar with this series, when we talk about code 60s, consider that kind of like the virtual safety car that we see in Formula One. Essentially, everybody must go to the same speed limit, 60 kilometers per hour. And that allows them to kind of take care of any incidents out on track. Sometimes that might be clearing debris. It might be clearing a car that has come to a stop or had an accident. And while we won't see the safety car lead everybody around, at least during those code 60s, they do give you a chance to maybe make some strategy calls and save a little bit. Or you could use the traffic as Barker gets held up and Clay is going to look at the outside and then changes his mind, ducks down to the inside, and Barker will stay in the lead for now. But boy, that almost looked like that was going to be an opportunity for the 59 to sneak through.
100% self-preservation on McGurk's part. I mean, he had the right side of the racetrack with the normal racing line as they were passing that slower class car. I don't think that other class car was quite aware of 3 wide, one on either side, being the meat in the sandwich, and McGurk just simply lifted off of the throttle, sensed that he was in a dangerous area, and basically was able to tuck back to the inside of turn number 5. And that was another little interesting one. Thankfully, McGurk had the head of steam and was able to clear the car going into the turn-in of turn number 10. But I think if we're watching something here on the screen, Joe, it is the pressure. The number 59 starting to apply more as they get into traffic.
I think, yeah, they're clear of it for a little bit. The 85 is going to be the next car that they come upon out there. I'm trying to see, that is going to be Manley in the AOA ZR3 machine. But I'm guessing that's going to probably be within the next couple laps that they'll catch that car. And we saw some spots around the track back at Sonoma that definitely were better or worse for catching that traffic, Joey. Is there any particular places you think you really don't want to get caught up behind, like maybe here? Oh, jeez.
Yes, correct. Turn 2 and 3 is always a little bit of a funnel effect because of how long that right-hander of, call it, turn 2 and 3 is. So it can definitely stack some cars up as it's a relatively single-file lane as you get to the exit there. Come up and over the hill to turn number 4. But a fantastic race that we've going on for what is 4th place in this ZP2 class. That's the number 27, the number 5 car, as well as the number 4 Piatek in that white and yellow car. Call it the caboose on this 3-car battle currently.
Yeah, Jack Ivan in that 27 leading the way. And we saw Piatek have some real speed last time, so I don't think he's where he wants to be. I have to imagine he's maybe feeling a little bit frustrated if he's got 2 cars holding him up at this stage. He's definitely close enough that he could try to get sneaky with Pease, but I don't see him making any moves, at least in these corners. Once they hit that next little bit of traffic ahead, I'm sure he's going to be trying to stick his nose through.
I think the lap times have actually stabilized just a little bit here for the number 27 car. They kind of dropped off the back of the leaders pretty drastically on those first opening couple laps, but ever since then have been pretty much been able to match the leaders' lap time. I say that, and out front, Barker just laid down a 131, and Jack Ivan that we're watching here just put down a 133.6. So now back to about 2 seconds slower per lap, and I think that's one of the reasons why we're seeing the urgency out of these other drivers trying to get around.
They've definitely been hanging on close to Ivan for a while now, but haven't really seen any attempts to try and get through. Oof, that was close, though, down coming into the Charlotte's Web. As looked like the 4 of Piatek just maybe thought about sneaking a nose underneath, but decided against it. You can sometimes get passes down here into Museum Corner, but none of them really are side by side this time, so I think they're going to stay patient. As there was a little slide from Ivan. If he wants to defend, he could coming into the first chicane, and in fact, yes, he is going to just cover off any opportunity from Pease, and that will deny him, but we're starting to see some mistakes.
And this is such a short break zone going into turn number 12 that typically it's not the best passing opportunity, but this rhythm section right here, up and over the tunnel turn, if a car gets a little bit out of shape, it can provide an inside line, and you see Pease in that, call it white and purple number 5 car, just maybe half a car width to the inside. That was going around turn 15, 16, and then the final corner 17. But here on the front straightaway, Jack Ivan seems to be able to put the throttle down and put everybody else at stiff arm distance. Oh, that was a little bit of a wiggle, though, a little bit of a nervous moment coming through turn number 1, and now he sees 2 cars side by side. Could this be the opportunity? Pease is going to look to the inside as Jack Ivan gets held up, not 1, but loses 2 positions, and now look out for Piatek. He's going to have a run going down to the inside of turn number 5. He presents the car, the white and yellow number 4 car, but is covered off by a deep braking move.
And on top of it, he can't really track out, although he does a little bit, because there is that slower GT car, and that costs him quite a few car lengths just in that one moment. But Ivan is definitely the one that has lost the most in that group, and I think that's exactly what Pease has been looking for these last few laps. But now that he's got the clear air, he's got to make good on that. Let's see what his pace is with nothing in front of him.
I mean, it was perfectly read by both of the drivers, Pease and Piatek back there, that I think that they saw the leader of the train just have that big-time wiggle in turn number 1, and all of a sudden that put blood in the water. You combine that with cars side by side in turn number 2, that's even more decision-making after coming off of that little bobble, and they just were able to take advantage of Jack Ivan out there. But the one good thing is that Ivan didn't go off of the racetrack. There was no contact made. I'm sure that he'll learn from that incident, and being that we're just 20 minutes into this 5-hour race, is going to apply that knowledge on where those other classed cars are usually racing and where you can get around them.
So much of endurance racing, just about trying to kind of size things up and make sure that you're making the right call at the right time. Capitalize when it's possible. Don't want to make too many risky moves until it gets towards the end, because then you're just risking the car. It sounds like, though, Sloan has caught up with some of our drivers from round 3 racing. Sloan, what's going on?
I'm here with Brad McCall at round 3 racing. Brad, how are you feeling today?
It's been a day already. It's been a long day.
Yeah, why?
Race cars, they challenge us. So we've had a broken axle, which we talked about earlier. We had a fuel leak. We had a broken radiator, and we had a broken exhaust. So 2 of our 3 cars started from the back of the grid, which is okay. They've caught up, but it's been a long day already. But we're on track, doing well, making passes, running 4th and 5th, and I think like 8th. So not bad.
Okay, that's awesome. Did you get any sleep last night?
I got a little bit of sleep. I got a text from our guys at about midnight because one of them couldn't get into his room, so that was great. But yeah, other than that, got a few hours.
All right, that's good. What are you looking forward to this weekend?
Man, I'm just looking forward to being in a race car. This is my retreat. This is my fun time. So I'm excited to be in a race car. I might get in for a little bit this afternoon with a shorter race. Yeah, I'm letting the customers do the driving, but I'll definitely be in tomorrow.
That's awesome. All right, if you could tell the viewers at home anything right now that's on your mind, what would you say?
I'm glad it's not raining. Yeah, I don't like racing in the rain.
Really? You don't like the art of racing in the rain at all?
I love the book. I like the movie. I don't like racing in the rain. I learned the hard way about racing in the rain.
You want to tell us about that?
I destroyed my 997 Cup car in a shakedown race in the pouring rain at Road Atlanta a few years ago, and I have PTSD about that one.
Have you gone to therapy for it?
No, basically race car therapy. There, other race car drivers helping me, telling me shake it off, but someday I'll get back in the car in the rain.
All right, well, that was very moving, and I appreciate that. I really hope that you do find peace with that one day. And yeah, of course, and we're rooting for you, and we're excited to see you out there later today.
Awesome, thanks.
Back to you guys. I don't know anything about, I do know about PTSD, but never mind. Bye.
Thanks for that, Sloan. On board with Ethan Barker. Did notice, so we got a notice from Race Control that Eric Powell has taken the 555 behind the wall. So there were some issues there that we don't have information on, as here Ethan goes just past one of our ZR2 machines. But the leader of our ZP2s still, last time it was only 1/10 across the line over Clay McGurk, so still being hotly contested there as we watch from the drone can. Yeah, it is definitely not safe if you're the 77.
And now they've actually caught an in-class car back here. So they're going to be lapping a car that is very similar in pace down the straightaways, very similar in pace into the brake zones, and it just provides a little bit of a different dynamic to when you're going by this car versus, call it a GT-based car. And once again, that overhead shot, I just think that McGurk is a little bit more confident going into the corner on the brakes, maybe understands. But I think just kind of understands where he needs to put the pressure on, and All of a sudden, now he looks up around the outside. That is a potential pass for the lead. McGurk taking advantage, going into the brake zone with that other car directly in front, holding up our leader at the time of Barker.
Interesting stuff. Great move by McGurk. A little bit of a slide there through the penultimate turn. Now back onto the main straight. Is he going to have the same issue? This car's not exactly moving over quickly. He's going to show himself down to the inside of turn one, which is very hard to pass at. He will absolutely slice through, and it looks like Barker will follow, so he won't have the buffer for now.
That was a great move there from McGurk. And Joe, you were the one that was asking to call it in the first 5 minutes, maybe first 10 minutes. You know, how patient do you want to be versus how aggressive do you want to be? And I think we kind of have our answer there from the Stratus Racing number 59, is that they were patient enough to sit behind the leader, figure out where the strengths were, maybe where their car was a little bit faster. They went through the majority of the traffic at least once, if not twice, and then once they finally were close enough, had put the pressure on and felt that they did have the pace, they were able to make that power move. And talk about the around the outside of turn number 12. That's not an area that you get very many passes done.
No, not at all. And I was able to find that was Eklund, actually, the 909 that was holding them up. But also important in that story is they were slowed up so much that Kidd in the 908, who sits in third, went from 4 seconds down to 2. Now that's gone back up to 3, but they were definitely being slowed down by that lapped car that the rest of the field caught up to them a little bit. That'll be something they maybe need to worry about a little bit later on, knowing that they're close enough that they can't really afford to wait too long out there. In the meantime, I think we've jumped on board with Matt Million. It looks like with that nice blue hood that we can see through the windscreen here. This is our leader in the ZR2 class. And my goodness, if I'm seeing this correctly, they've got something in the realm of about 40 seconds, 35 seconds over Alsup in P2.
This was the car that about a month ago, just plain and simple, ran away from everybody else. 133.5 last time by from the number 95 of Matt Million that we're riding on board with. You compare that to the second place car of Alsup that you were just mentioning, a 135.6. So, yeah, 2 seconds per lap faster than Matt Million is doing.
Really trouncing the field today. As we saw at Sonoma, though, it may be that way right now, but do not count your chickens yet. Could all completely change around, just because sometimes in endurance racing, you do have some unforeseen issues out there. And especially in this series, because let's remember that when they have problems, or when they have penalties, I should say, it is not time penalties like we traditionally see. It is by laps. They will deduct you a lap in this series if they need to give you a penalty. So you can easily go from leading, like we see Million is, to suddenly being a lap behind the next car.
Just patiently watching him drive up and over through this entire lap here at Barber. And speaking of those penalties that you were just talking about, this was one of those cars that took some of those penalties back at Sonoma. Remember, they opted to change tires on this car, and I think we heard Matt Million actually talking about it after qualifying, just doing some tire testing for the racing series, just figuring out exactly what is best for this platform of car. I know that these, call it GT4-based cars that 94 Motorsports does have out there, they typically like a little bit more of a tire than what a street car tire can offer. So it's been pretty fun to watch this number 95 and see at what point in the race are they just going to randomly turn into a rocket ship. Is we've got some fantastic side-by-side. These are two ZR3 class cars, I believe.
Yeah, I think that is the 85, and I'm trying to see who that is that they are battling with as we cross the line. That might actually be a different class car that he just went by, but being followed by the 41 machine just behind as well. And they are going to make a little bit of easy work on the 85, actually. So that is Alsup who sits second in the ZR2s. That was definitely those two cars, different classes. The 85 sits in third with Manley behind the wheel currently, and on the podium for AOA Racing.
Zenith Racing Series, you know, it is new here in 2026, but I already love seeing the growth that we've got from our first couple of races just about a month ago over to Barber Motorsports Park now. And Joe, if I was going to look at the landscape of how much this one has changed, it's in that ZR3 and also that ZR2 class. I think back at Sonoma, it was really ZP2 dominated with those prototypes, but I am loving seeing, call it, more of the GT cars out here on the racetrack, and it just induces more racing throughout all of the multi-class.
Yeah, you're right. From my count, it was definitely a lot more in both of them compared to what we saw before. And that is, I think, helps the dynamic as well, because, well, when you have more of those GT cars, then that makes it all the more complicated for the ZP2s to try and navigate their way around them, because they've all got their own race to run. And it's up to them to successfully overtake those slower cars. Down in the ZR3s, the 392 of Ramirez, who I believe we've got, yeah, this is Ramirez on screen right now. Sergio took the pole and has now been running away. The gap is about, I'm showing somewhere in the realm of about 30 seconds over Messenger, who runs P2 in the number 14.
This was the car that was very, very fast in qualifying in class, and evidently it is backing it up in the race pace. I think you were just mentioning those lap times. I mean, setting some of the personal fastest right now. Actually, green sector 1, green sector 2. The previous lap was actually the fastest lap that Ramirez had turned all race long. 137.8. I think it's actually about to reset it right now. 137.2, so over a half a second faster than what they did that previous lap. And this BMW certainly seems to be pretty hooked up here in this first 35 minutes.
And M3 with quite an impressive splitter on the front, you have to say, out there making some serious time on the track. He'll hit the braking into turn 5 where he needs that downforce to help slow him down over the rise through there. You can see him get off the brakes as the lights go out, and he tries to accelerate back up the hill briefly before it speeds towards Museum Corner, but he's got it well under control. However, he will be lapped by Matt Million here shortly. That is your leader in the ZR2s that is just arriving on the scene. These two really have no need to hold each other up, so no doubt at the best opportunity, Million will just kind of get underneath and will go on his merry way.
And you can just see even how the cars handle the curbs differently. There goes Million, that light blue, newer BMW chassis car, versus Ramirez in an older BMW chassis, and of course racing in two separate classes there. That was a good example of the speed difference between our two class leaders of ZR2 and then also ZR3. I think Ramirez really kind of showcasing all of the performance that one of these older cars can put on. I had mentioned just visually how different they looked going up and over the curb. A lot more body roll. Seems like to be a little bit more compliant on the older car, while this newer car just seems to be right smack in the racetrack.
Just kind of keeping an eye on our timing tower on our side, and I saw a purple first sector from McGurk. Now, I believe that they've hit some open area where there isn't traffic, so that does kind of make sense that they're starting to put some fast laps down again, because Barker followed with a personal best that was 0.02 slower than McGurk's Sector 1. So, Ethan is matching Clay, at least now that they have gotten away from some of the other classes out there. We'll see if the straight fight will change the dynamic at all.
We're still in these early moments here of the race. We haven't even gotten into that first round of pit stops. I think that these drivers are well in the groove now out on the racetrack. So Shouldn't be anything too surprising to them. They've already gone through the traffic once, if not twice, depending on how fast the car is or how up towards the front of the field you are. So you've got a good feel of the drivers and kind of how they act inside the car. I think still the big variable is making sure the team is on top of it for the pit stops. That should be coming up here in the next, call it 20 to 30 minutes. And then I guess the next big variable, Joe, is that everybody's comfortable on the racetrack now, but what happens when you put that other group of drivers in?
And the big thing that we learned about the pit stops at the first round, we already touched on this earlier, was a lot of drivers probably will want to wait until we get a code 60, if you can, to try and take a cheap pit stop. But I imagine with it having stayed green so far in this first half an hour, it'll probably be just run it dry, put some, well, you can't put new tires on it, but put some fuel in it and send it back out to see if anybody decides to swap drivers in that same pit stop, as we once again ride on board with Matt Million up and over through the museum corner. I'm trying to see who that is in front of him. I think that is the 909 of Eklund that he's getting ready to try and actually lap. This isn't an overtake. This is him lapping him.
You were talking about the code 60s and potential strategy and whatnot, and I'll kind of ramble on just a little bit here. I do think that it will be different than what we saw a month ago at our first couple of races out over on the West Coast. Over at Sonoma, there are several areas that if a car simply comes to a stop, you can use cut-throughs to get it back onto the paddock garage area. Here at Barber, we really don't have that access. There might be one or two that you could potentially use, but typically you're going to have to go all the way around the racetrack on the flatbed to get it back into the garage. And the other biggest difference that really comes to my mind is that they have gravel traps here. Yes, we do have the walls, but typically when a car goes off of the racetrack at Barber Motorsports Park, there's several gravel trap areas that the car will basically get caught in before anything seriously bad happens, and that will take up a little bit more time. So when I think of the code 60s at Sonoma, they were quick. They were really, really rapid, really fast, and we got back to the green flag action. Just because of the facility and how it's laid out here at Barber Motorsports Park, I think it might be just slightly different with how long those will last.
We've got a little bit of information from Sloan, both on those pit stops and on how some of the repairs are going on the 555. It sounds like one of the teams is saying that they do plan to try and come in if there is a code 60. So they are watching out for that. And she also says that the 555 team is very hard at work. They haven't given her any info as to what specifically is wrong with the car, but it sounds like there is a lot of people that are busy out there. So I anticipate that means they're trying to get back into the race.
The teamwork is always part of endurance racing, and nothing ever goes to plan, or it certainly seems like in endurance racing, things certainly get out of hand quite quickly, and it can happen at the drop of the green flag, and can happen before the green flag even happens. So teamwork always part of endurance racing out there, and we saw that with a lot of these teams basically overcoming adversity, getting their car back out onto the racetrack, and finishing strong for a given weekend.
This has been a bit of a fun story to follow as we watch this Ginetta circulate around. That is the 177 of Camburn Performance, Clark Camburn, currently in the car. Now, both the ZR3 and ZR2 classes, as you may have noticed, are very, very heavy with BMWs. But we have these two Ginettas. We had one last time, and this time we've got another join that are trying to see if they can buck the trend. And I believe they ran into a few issues mechanically in the races at Sonoma, so that kind of scuppered their hopes. Hopefully they've had some time to turn the car around, figure out where those weaknesses are, and maybe have a little bit better competitiveness here today. They are on the podium right now in that 177 is Clark. So far, so good.
Get some more shots of cars going around here. This is the number 57 car. This is currently driven by Barry Waddell back here for Stratus Racing, currently sitting what is 8th place in class. trying to chase down Gorshkov right in front of him. Looks to be quite a bit of a gap between 7th and 8th place right now, but one good thing about Waddell and his pace that he is running certainly seems to have got a gap himself all the way back to Rob Eklund, who is 9th in class, but I think that's actually one of our leaders coming up behind trying to put a lap on him.
Yeah, I think you're correct on that. Also, Sloan has gotten a little bit more from the 555 team in their flurry. It sounds like the car's not making full power. That's an interesting one. And they are trying to save it for maybe the race tomorrow, as if they can't get it out today, they want it to be in good condition. Whoa, as we have two cars into the wall coming into the final turn, one of which has come to a halt. That is the 57. So that is Waddell in that machine. The Stratus car kind of facing right directly into the Armco now. And he's trying to carefully back it up, but he probably does not have a good visual on if the track is clear.
And that was the car that we were just watching, correct, Joe?
Yeah, that was. That was being lapped.
And so I wonder if maybe just caught up a little bit in that rear view mirror versus what is forward out the windshield, and you see it up at the top of the screen, just trying to get back going without encroaching onto the racetrack too much. A little bit of a peculiar situation that he's found himself in over there, almost like an Austin Powers deal.
It's not good. Barry Waddell currently in that car, and now you were following that a little closer, Joey, because I was kind of checking on some things. Was that one of our leaders that was lapping them at that time?
Yes, I believe. I believe that was Clay McGurk going around and passing, and I believe, Joe, because of it, Barker has retaken the lead. Look at that. Barker in the number 77 is showing up front while McGurk is in second.
Ooh, okay. So that's a
Joe,
big
I can report
shift.
that this car is pulled into the grass, kind of facing the wrong way, if not made the situation a little worse down there.
Ooh, geez. I hope we get it going soon. There we can see it in the upper right of your screen, still there. We do have a local yellow, but we have not gotten the code 60. I assume the driver is probably working to try and get the car facing the right way. There he is. So he's definitely pulled off of the track, whereas before I think he was kind of halfway on, halfway off. And we do have our code 60. Okay, so let's see who decides to come in after that.
And remember how I was saying, gravel traps usually are going to make this longer? This is a totally different situation. As long as this car can get going on the proper direction on the racetrack, I think the code 60 will pretty much be removed immediately. So if you've just started a lap, let's say if you're in turn 1, 2, 3, 4 area, it might spell bad news for you. But if you're in the position like Matt Million is right here, coming up and over tunnel turn, well, pit entry is just around this right-hand bend, and this could be a cheap pit stop.
We're watching to see whether or not he's going to bring it down. And what I'm curious about, too, because I can see that car is on one of our other cameras still sitting there. Wouldn't they have to bring it around the full lap? Because otherwise they'd have to go counter track direction.
That's it. That's if it needs to be retrieved versus just get it the right direction and continue under its own power.
If it can get started. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I do see one car in pit lane. That looks to be the 27. But our leader in the ZR2s, Matt Million, has elected to keep going. So might not be within their pit window. There we see Jack Ivan. And it doesn't look like they are changing drivers currently. Actually, they might be. They are getting in there. But I don't see a driver emerging right now.
Yeah, it's a good catch. However, that is a driver coming out, and he does have a Hans device on, so it might have just been before we caught it. But you're right. Fuel going in. They were certainly at least talking to the driver there.
Could be getting maybe a little bit of information about how it is on the track. They are over by the Stratus racing car. That is under investigation, by the way, between the 59 and the 57. Something else we haven't mentioned, Joey, that is teammates. That's not good. What is rule number 1 of racing?
Yeah, don't hit your teammate. That's usually how it works.
Ugh. And they do have the flatbed, and they're pushing it by manpower right now. I think that thing's not going to be able to really take off from what we're witnessing currently unless they...
Yeah, I don't want to jump to any conclusions quite yet because, I mean, it was parked in the racetrack and obviously it got to the edge of the racetrack somehow, right? It just didn't magically inch its way over forward towards the grass. So I'm hoping that as long as it's pointed the right direction, it can continue on.
Automatic team is coming in. We're hearing from Sloan. I do see Round 3 Racing has pitted. It looks like Harrison Motorsports, Big Mission Motorsports, AOA Racing as well have decided to pit. The 3 is in and out. That is Gorshkov in that Round 3 Racing car. See if that changes once they go by the timing line, if there's a different car, a different driver in the car. We were talking with the driver there briefly. You could just see it peeking over the hedges there between the parts of the circuit. So,
and Joe, I'm sorry to leave you hanging there. I was just trying to grab a replay of exactly what happened. I was able to kind of find it from the drone camera up overhead as we've got a lot more action in pit lane. And I think one of the reasons why we're getting more action in pit lane now is the teams are officially ready. Let's say if that code 60 came out and the driver was already there at turn number 13 or something, it might not have given the team enough time to prep to get ready for this stop.
Oh, and look at it. It looks like it's rather tight in some spaces in pit lane because that 4 probably not going to be able to pull out. They're kind of angled in as well. So unless that 5 takes off first, they may have to back the car up to try and angle it right and get it out of its box. But yeah, I think you're right that now that we've not only had a chance to get everybody ready for the pit stops, I think they've also seen this is not going to be a short one. You might as well take advantage of it.
And the benefit about pulling in second is usually that first stop will be done by the time the fuel is done with that second car. That's exactly how the number 4 was able to exit their box right there. So Piatek will stay in and get back out there under this code 60 situation. I do see that they've been able to move the car, and now, Joe, it seems to be in a different spot.
Yeah, I was noticing that off to the side myself, and it almost looks like it used the downhill. Yeah, so I think they let it coast downhill just by gravity power. And we're getting word behind the scenes that the driver wanted to try to make the lap, but the car cannot at this stage. I don't know if it actually made contact with the wall. I do know that there was a kerfluffle down there that we could see, but all we saw was the aftermath from a different angle, that the car was just kind of sitting there facing the Armco. So we don't know if it actually made contact with something.
And Joe, I can tell you, so I don't know if the car made contact with the wall on the right side, but I can 100% tell you that the 2 Stratus cars did make contact going into turn number 17. McGurk was on the inside while this car that we're watching here, the 57, was on the outside. There seemed to be a big lockup, and both cars went straight, and the 57 definitely got the worst end of the deal.
That is a real shame. Now, we think maybe what might be going on here, since it was a bit strange that they moved the car, is it seems like there is a rule about the vehicles needing to go over the start-finish line to have a lap count. So this lap will not count, unfortunately, and that's why the driver wanted to get going. And this when they go by the timing line, they will be docked that lap. But they've already gone multiple down, unfortunately, since we've had this code 60. pretty much everybody's been in and out. I don't see any cars marked as in pit lane at this stage. So all pit stops effectively done. It is still the 77 of Barker leading in the ZP2s. Million still leads in the ZR2s and the
You do have that rolled up on the flatbed now. So I think it's just a matter of getting that thing strapped down and then making sure it gets its way back into the paddock. And Joe, I know that you were mentioning the penalties and whatnot, just trying to minimize all of that. I think it was a smart strategy call on the Stratus Racing part, and now they're going to have to get back to work into the garage to see exactly what is wrong with this thing.
Yeah, at least they've got it up on the bed. And thankfully, not too long of a cleanup. We're down to about 4 hours and 9 minutes left to go. So this is our first Code 60 in the first hour of racing. Not too bad. And they're on their way. And hopefully once that truck is off of the racetrack itself, it should be pretty much immediate. While we wait for that to happen, let's take a look at the replay and get a visual on what you were talking about there, Joey. And, yeah, there was some serious contact with the wall.
Yeah, definitely hit the wall there. I didn't pick that up on my side, but so it gets a little difficult to find them as they go up and over the tunnel turn here. But here's McGurk. He's going to be driver's left side while the 57 is driver's right. And right where we have that tree, I think there might have been a miscommunication between the drivers, and all of a sudden the 57, like I said, kind of gets the bad end of the stick and off into the wall. But there was evidence of exactly those two cars, those two team cars coming together.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if the 59 thought that he was clear lapping that car and moved to the racing line, which is going to be off to the right. And unfortunately, spotter did not say clear. So together they came. And the end result was that the two drivers now under investigation. We'll see what race control winds up saying about that. Green flag is out. We go back racing once again for our first restart. And thankfully, pretty spread out fields makes it seem like it's going to be relatively uneventful for this restart.
And these are our two leaders right here of Barker and McGurk. And, oh my goodness. Well, Joe, wow. You know what? I'll let you read this one out, but the drama just landed.
For how good it was looking for the Stratus Racing Team 59 car, they now have a one-lap penalty for incident responsibility in that contact. And they highly stress no contact in this series, even if no driver comes out with any sort of spin or crash out of it. So McGurk definitely in a bit of trouble, and they are going to move from second, likely down to about 7th or 8th, I would anticipate.
I think it'll probably move them down to, about 7th in class. I think they'll stay ahead of the 909 of Rob Eklund back there, but losing that entire lap is going to be painful. We have seen several cars come back from a lap down or a couple laps down. We do still have 4 hours remaining, so you can't give up and just throw in the towel based off of a little one-lap penalty. This is the adversity that these teams are going to have to overcome, and we'll see what Stratus Racing can do.
And I think the good news is they've definitely got pace to try and catch up the rest of the field. Like you just said, there's so much race left. They can do what they can. I think their bigger concern is they seem so close on pace with Barker in that 77. That's going to be a lot harder to make up a full lap on them. They almost need some serious drama to happen to that team, I think, to have a realistic chance, unless there is a massive gap in pace with different drivers in the car, which we haven't seen yet, so you never know. There's so many unknowns currently in today's race. We'll see whether or not the 57 can get back on track. We have heard that the team is eager to get it repaired, if any are necessary, and go back racing for the remainder of today. They're also going to be many laps down by the time they return.
And I'm seeing it happen on timing and scoring right now live. Certainly an interesting way to do it, but efficient way to do it. They simply just didn't count a lap from McGurk and Stratus Racing, so they have dropped down the order to 8th place. Now, they don't have to come into pit road. They don't have to serve a drive-through. They don't have to do any of that. They just simply got docked one lap. And another thing that I was just about to mention was that number 908 car. Now, he shows 2.5 seconds behind the leader. It seemed a little bit closer before with the intervals with McGurk there, but that third car in line, that's Brandon Kidd with Automatic Racing. That's actually one of our fastest cars on the racetrack right now.
Yeah, I talked earlier about how they had cut back on the gap when some of the traffic had held up the leaders. It's still holding at about 2.3 seconds right now. So, yeah, I'd say that Brandon Kidd is really capitalized well on this. Just needs to get a little bit closer. Could be in a shot, at least in these early stages, at looking at a possible win. Just can't let go of Barker, I think. Can't let him try and start to sneak away, at least in these first couple hours. So we get a shot from above, just seeing the spider down at turn 5, which gives it that Charlotte's Web name on screen. This is your leader of Ethan Barker, with Brandon Kidd still trying to hold on to the back. I don't think that is Brandon necessarily into the shot. I think that might be that next car back. Yeah, because that is the 59 of McGurk that is directly behind. So that car now a lap behind. And then the blue and white machine, I believe that is Kidd.
Correct. Yes. Yeah. Kidd's the third car in line. And like I was mentioning, they just simply took the lap away from McGurk. So McGurk didn't even have to come into pit lane, didn't have to do a drive-through, didn't have to do anything like that. They just simply docked a lap on timing and scoring. So he dropped from second all the way down to what is 8th place. And now Brandon Kidd is the one that is behind that number 908. I'm going to look at the lap times, and yeah, sure enough. So our overall leader, Barker out front, 132.6. Brandon Kidd, a 132.2.
It's a lot less close down in the ZR2 class, and the teammate of our leader, Matt Million, is with Sloan down on pit lane.
Hey guys, I'm here with Colin Garrett. Colin, you had a crazy race at Sonoma. It seems like you were kind of pushed to your limit a little bit, but you look really great now. Looks like you got a haircut. How you feeling today?
Feeling good, just hanging out. It's a weird weekend, we didn't have any practice, and so we had a little earlier in the week, and we just showed up this morning, practice, and now we're racing. So ready to get after it. I did get a new haircut, or not new haircut, just updated. I didn't get one for Sonoma. I was late for my flight, so I couldn't make the haircut at Sonoma. So we're all good now, though, and ready to get after it today. Matt's out there putting on along, and yeah. So
you guys were kind of the talk of the broadcast at Sonoma. So I'm curious about you guys as teammates. Have you guys talked about a strategy for this race, or do you kind of just go out there and leave it all on the track?
No, we're just out there driving right now. We're like, I think everyone knows. We're testing those tires and stuff, and that's our main goal. And so that's more. We don't really have a strategy for the race. We're just out here trying to get the best data out of the tires that we can, and just trying to see how we can go about doing that. This weekend's a little bit of a different setup versus Sonoma, obviously. So today being a 5-hour race and tomorrow being a weird mix with that break, and it's going to be a little harder to get the data that we want specifically, because we can't get the long runs out of it like we were able to last race. But yeah, so
cool. All right. What do you like to do in your free time?
I don't know. I like to mountain bike. I like to, I don't know. I just started a new business doing like dirt work and stuff. So that's most of my free time now. I have no free time, but other than that, mountain bikes and.
That's really cool. I'm going to cut you off because it looks like the 94 has just arrived. How exciting. All right. Well, thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
And it looks like the 94 is getting ready to go back out there. It's taking a break, but yeah. Thank you, Colin. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, that's Ian Barbary who's pulled it in. I did notice that car was heading in, so we'll see if it gets back out shortly. Hopefully there isn't an issue because they're running fourth of those ZR2s right now. This is the sister car with Million still lapping away think they're catching up to the 41 machine right now who's we've got in front of them. They're about to put a lap down. That is Alsup, who's actually, wait a minute, they're lapping second place if I'm seeing this right.
Yes, it certainly seems like they are, and I mean the lap times are reflective of that. Turning laps between 2 to 4 seconds faster per lap. I want to take us back to our opening couple of rounds, where this car just absolutely dominated. I mean, they actually had a problem on day number 2. They went, a lap, maybe 2 laps down, and I didn't think it was that big of an issue, and still came back and won the race by multiple laps.
Yeah, I mean, the speed in this team is incredible. And I'm not too surprised. Colin and Matt, they also race in other various sports car series, so they've been at a competitive level for some time. I think this is definitely something where they're kind of utilizing a lot of what they've already got underneath them, and just taking this as a chance to learn more, to get more track time out there, and of course, naturally, to win some races. Nobody wants to turn down a little bit of hardware in the process, but the 95 almost makes it look processional at times.
I think another big, maybe unspoken thing is just the platform of this car. The GT4s are just so proven. The GT4 class has been around for, about 10 years now, maybe just over, but really started to gain popularity, call it 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. So I think that this BMW M4 GT4 car is already really fast, and then you put it in the hands of some capable drivers, and they can put that speed on full display.
Well, some speed that you don't want to show is during the Code 60, and we have a lot of cars that were speeding. The 27, the 73, the 909, the 4, the 85, and the 777 all are being docked a lap for speeding during the Code 60. That we talked about this a lot back at Sonoma, Joey. You don't want to beat yourself. That seems like one of those more simple things that you need to just make sure you get right.
And I'm going through this list here, man. I mean, obviously, it's a bummer for everybody on the list. But I think the big one that stands out is the number 4 car. That's Piatek. He's sitting there in 4th place overall with round 3 racing. That's going to drop him well down the order.
That's a good point. Yeah, Ivan as well, who is the next car back in the ZP2, is also going to be getting that penalty. And I think third in our ZR3s, the Big Mission Motorsports with Jenkins currently in that 777. They're also going to be docked a lap. So we're going to see that tower to the left probably shuffle around quite a bit here in a moment. And that'll be interesting to see how that kind of shakes out once all the penalties are applied, as we have just crossed over the 1 hour mark. So we've passed the first fifth of this race. This car definitely didn't get that penalty, as the 95 will put another lap on yet another of our ZR3 machines and gets back up over the crest of 4 to just carry on their merry way.
Doing a great job, and now that we've got our first pit stop kind of under our belts, it's getting back into the rhythm for everybody. I had mentioned those first round of drivers, they got to see what the track conditions are like, and then really is up to the team in that first pit stop just to hit the marks, right? Don't go too fast. If you try to rush yourself, oftentimes mistakes can be made, and thankfully it was under that Code 60 situation, so the team's really got a feel of how busy things can get on pit road, and as long as you're able to handle stop number 1 in those types of conditions, then you just put the responsibility back in the hands of the driver, have them go out there, run some clean laps, and it's rinse and repeat here for the next 4 hours.
And I was kind of trying to keep an eye on the 59 team, because I saw that McGurk had a personal best first sector, but didn't seem to follow it up with the others. I wondered if maybe they were trying to pick up the pace and see if they could try and start running a few people down and our leader. But the leader, Barker, has now put down a purple first sector, so fastest of anybody through sector number 1, and under a 25-second first sector. Most are doing 25s pretty consistently up and down through that ZP2 class. So Barker not resting on his laurels.
Those are more like qualifying sector times. There wasn't very many cars. You had mentioned sub 25 in sector number 1, and that was the case in qualifying as well. So Ethan Barker picking up the pace. I had mentioned maybe about 10 minutes ago that I really thought the automatic racing entry of Brandon Kidd was starting to close it in. And it's been a seesaw battle. I do feel that if it is clean racetrack, this car right here on screen has the overall pace, a 131.8 that last time by. So not many cars are turning laps under 132, but he is. It's just that when they run up on the traffic, it certainly seems like the decision making maybe a little bit more tentative, which is okay in an endurance race, right? You want to save your equipment. You want to make sure it can last all the way. However, it certainly seems like some of the other drivers may be taking a little bit more advantage when they come up to some traffic.
Oh, bad news for the 9-4 team, for the 94 car specifically. Even they also get a 1-lap penalty for a pit lane speed violation as our Janetta gets overtaken down into Museum Corner by our leader of Ethan Barker. And that's that good cooperation you could see between the classes we were just talking about. The body language between them just showing exactly where he wants to be. And Janetta understood, stayed out of the way, no drama. And off you both go to carry on. That 177 car still sitting third in the ZR2, so still on the podium. But I believe good ways behind Alsup, who sits in second. I don't have the exact timing, but it does look like it's a pretty wide gap.
Coming up on some more in-class traffic here. But the best part that Ethan Barker has done is he's built that gap. That next car in line is actually still Clay McGurk. And then it's all the way back about 7 seconds or so plus back to Brandon Kidd. So this driver, this team right here, not only got it done in qualifying, but they've been able to back it up in the race. Maybe McGurk had a terrific job getting by the car in some pressure-packed situations, but ever since the clean windshield has presented itself for the number 77 here as Barker goes down to the inside there, able to take away that spot. Like I said, put another lap on the in-class competition. That this Nimbus Racing team has kind of come together. And Joe, it wasn't all the way through qualifying that they were the fastest. They were right there, and then they stole it away at the very end. Yeah,
you make a good point. And sometimes there can be just tiny things, because I think it was only about a 1/10 of a second at the end as well that could make the difference as far as that final flying lap. So we don't really know what the race pace difference is going to look like between the pair of them. The BMW just kind of holding on the brakes a little early to allow them by to facilitate that pass. So glad to see the good cooperation carrying on overall. As for the changes in the other classes, I think I'm still showing the 777 as being in third place. So if they've already been penalized, they've somehow retained that podium position. Just now they're nearly a full lap, or are a full lap behind second place.
I have not, caught to see if they have applied those penalties yet. And my guess right now is that they have not, because I still see the number 4 of Piatek sitting there in fourth place on the lead lap as well. So, Joe, I wonder if they have applied that penalty like we saw them apply it to McGurk a while back, if they've done it to all those cars that we saw.
I want to give a bit of a shout out to the number 5 team, because Pease, at one point, he was fighting with Piatek, remember? He's actually run down Kidd a little bit. It was down to 1 second. I think it's gone up to about 2.2 now, so they've lost something here recently. But the round 3 racing number 5 car is still in contention for a second place with the 908 of Kidd. It all kind of depends on how that traffic goes and then what they look like in raw pace. So it's something to keep an eye on here as this race carries on, because we will see the dynamics change once we start to get some driver changes as well. I don't think we had any at that first stop because it was just a bit early out there. Drivers do still have the opportunity to swap out a little later on, and I'm anticipating this first double stint will be the call for pretty much most teams.
Watching our overall leader here climb up through the Alabama roller coaster. So much elevation change through this entire racetrack, but really it's call it sector number 1 and sector number 3 that have the majority of the dramatic hills. Slightly downhill here into Charlotte's Web corner. Call it a hairpin with about 3 different apexes to pick from. It really opens up on the exit. If you've got a car with a lot of horsepower, you can definitely help turn that thing with your right foot down in that section. And then this is one of the more interesting areas. You see the curbs on the left, the curbs on the right, all covered in that black rubber. It's because it is downhill and the drivers are just trying to take advantage of every single piece of asphalt they got to get right around that right-hander before the museum corner. And then these are the fast switchback sections. This is my favorite section of the racetrack, especially this corner right here. Turns number 12 and 13 can really rally car hook that inside curb there, especially if you've got a compliant car to get it up and over the tunnel.
And you talked about the small size of these ZP2s. I have to imagine it's very blind coming into their inside the cockpit of these cars, because we have to remember they sit extremely low inside there. So while the rise, if you're standing there as a person, you could probably mostly see over it. Inside these cars, you're effectively sitting on the asphalt, and all it is just going into nothingness, and then you see in the distance it going back over the tunnel turn, and you're hoping that you've hit your marks right as you sling it in there. Barker going to try and put another lap on another of our cars. I think this is Gorshkov in the 3. Yeah, that looks to be them that he's just getting ready to try and go by here. In fact, I think we only have, once they get by Gorshkov, that'll mean only 3 cars are still on the lead lap, because Matt Million looks like he has just brought the 95 in.
Yeah, I see him on pit lane right now, just trundling down all the way to his pit stall, and he'll be getting that service. I think, I should have put a timer on it, but it actually seems maybe a little bit short after we had that code 60, but I'm not going to second guess the strategy of 9-4 Motorsports. They've got the pace, they've got the drivers to kind of call the race exactly how they want to.
I agree. I think they know what they're doing. So, not sure. And we did see before that some of it was down to their tire strategy. So maybe they're doing a bit of the same, since they did mention they wanted to do a bit more of that testing. As there he goes past that number 3 now. So Barker puts another one a lap down. And just to explain to our viewers, the hit for taking tires here is not just for the pit stop itself. The rules state that you must finish the race on the same set of tires, barring being able to change one during the race. So that's if you get some sort of puncture or something, they will allow you to change that tire. If you do more than that one tire change, the car will be docked a lap. Oh, okay, and we're getting information it is a lap per tire. Okay, so they've updated the rules, so that means if you change all 4, I would assume it's either 3 or 4 laps that you're going to be put down. So maybe they don't want to do that strategy again.
Well, yeah, I hear you. I can see on my side of things that the car is rolling again, so I doubt that they changed any tires there. I bet you it was just fuel and potentially a driver change as well. So get that car from 9-4 Motorsports back out rolling on the racetrack. And I was a little bit hesitant to say it, but I mean, remember when they put the other tires on back there at Sonoma? I mean, he was the fastest car on the racetrack, turning laps that were 3, 4, sometimes even 5 seconds faster than anybody else in class. I wouldn't worry about the laps at that point.
No, but let's talk to one of the drivers that's going to be putting some laps in. Sloan has caught up with Preston at Powell Racing.
Hey guys, I'm here with Preston at Powell Racing. Preston, you guys are a new team to our grid. Can you kind of tell us a little bit about yourselves?
Yeah, we're from Austin, Texas. We've been racing Miatas and Champ Car, and this is our first time doing anything on a professional level, and we're really excited.
Awesome. What do you want the fans at home to know about you guys?
I think mostly they're watching. Nothing specific. Our trailer was the smallest one.
Oh, really? What do you mean by that?
It's short. It's a little trailer. We got these big semis. We just showed up, and yeah.
Small but mighty vibes, right?
Small but mighty. Yeah, we qualified P4, which was pretty cool. Couple little mishaps. We got a penalty for speeding under code 60. But all in all, I just want to finish the races and do decent.
That's awesome. So I understand you're the team owner, correct?
Yeah.
And you're also driving?
I'm also driving.
Okay, kind of tell me about that really quickly. When you have the ownership in your brain, but also the driver in your brain, do you ever make decisions as an owner while you're driving?
No, I don't think so. We're just trying to go fast. I mean, I don't want anyone to crash the car, but I want to go as fast as we can.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think it's always interesting when you have those two things that you're kind of dealing with. You want to protect the car, it's your team, but you also want to drive hard and you want to give the best result for the team. I think one last thing, what are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm just looking forward to the driving. I've really enjoyed it so far.
Awesome. I love that. Well, there you have it, folks. You've got Preston at Powell Racing. I hope you guys finish the race well, and hopefully we'll see you at the podium later.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Some interesting little tidbits. That is the teammate of Jack Ivan, currently in the 27, running 7th after that penalty that he had mentioned. Back on board with Ethan Barker as well. And that actually, I'm glad he brought up that, you know, we might have some small teams, because one of the ethos that we talked a lot about back at Sonoma of this series, Joey, is that they really want to have an inclusive pit lane. They want to bring teams and drivers in that might not get a shot, you know, at racing in big name series before.
It's one of the beautiful parts about the Zenith Racing Series. Like you mentioned, it's just as inclusive as it gets between the car classes, between GT cars, the couple different classes, between these super cool prototype machines that we've got out here. And then, like you said, just the variety of drivers and teams, right? We're not some big powerhouse superstar with these giant TV packages. It is club racers that are getting out here, learning the art of racing, learning the racecraft, and then going to really world-class facilities and being able to do it. I love what Zenith is doing, and really from Sonoma all the way out here to Barber, we've already seen the entry field grow. We've seen the administrative side behind the scenes do an amazing job with these Code 60s. I think that they are taking steps in the right direction here in 2026.
I'd concur on that. It definitely impressed us with that very first round, pair of rounds, really, back at Sonoma with those 7-hour races. These ones, obviously, just a bit shorter than what we ran, but still pretty grueling slog. And you'll need those team drivers with you to try and carry that out. We do have some championship standings after those first 2 races as well. I don't think we have graphics for it, but I can just tell you that right now, Hibbett, Piatek, and Belleman do lead in those EP2s, but it is by small margins because it's only 2 points back to second place after Gurgis, McClintock, and Desai took a pair of second places. Excuse me, a pair of third places, I should say, back at that first race. In the ZR3s, Abdallah, Powell, and both Jay and William Tompkins currently leading the points at 36 over in the ZR3s. Then the ZR2s, it is Peel, Barbary, and Libby who are leading there. Barbary, as we saw, just penalized, so they're not in a very good spot right now, sitting outside the podium and last of their ZR2 class that is still running.
And I'm checking on my side of things here, but I wouldn't worry too much if I'm Colin Garrett inside the number 95. But I think Alsup is on the same lap, and I'm showing only about 2 seconds back. Last lap time was actually a little bit faster at number 41 in comparison to the number 95. We see Matt Millian really take off inside of that BMW, and Colin Garrett, we had just kind of covered that they had come down pit road, put fuel in the car, and put Colin in the car. So I'm sure that he's still getting up to rhythm, up to speed out there, but just a developing battle potentially.
Yeah, and I think that was probably facilitated by the 95 team taking that extra stop that we're still not sure what exactly that was about, since they had been in pretty shortly before that. But I mean, a battle for position is still a battle for position. If you're the 41 team, now's your chance to maybe try and take the fight to them. And Alsup with the last lap within 1/10 of a second of Colin Garrett. If you can get within that speed of Colin Garrett, I think you should be pretty happy with yourself based on what we've seen through the early stages of this race as well as qualifying.
And this is actually, we're getting an overhead shot of the battle. So Colin is that light blue BMW on the left side of the screen, kind of driving downwards. And then Alsup is the white and black car. So we've got that orange car that's in the middle. We're not too worried about him in terms of this position battle that we're talking about. But here is Colin Garrett, who's now gone from 1.8 up to 2.6 seconds between that gap in just sector number 1 alone. Can also see a lot of the traffic that Colin is dealing with right now. As a driver that is just hopped the car from that pit stop fresh into it, obviously you want to get to speed out there. And the last thing you want to do is put into jeopardy the great drive that you guys are going to have this weekend.
You got to be smart in this situation. And I don't think through these turns is really where you want to try and risk it. Not only do we have an interesting battle between the M4 and the M3 BMW, but also, I mean, this is, you've mentioned it before, kind of a GT4 class car typically. And that M3 is a heavily modified M3. We can see the flared fenders and wings and things all over it. I'm kind of curious. It would be interesting to compare to see where they find their speed, kind of in comparison to one another.
And just in general, every single newer car, it just gets a little bit better. It doesn't matter what make we're talking about, if it's Porsche, if it's BMW, if it's one of these Ginettas out here, if it's one of the NPO1 prototypes. If you have version 1, the manufacturer is going to make version 2 better, version 3 better, version 4 better. So just as we get into these newer cars, especially call it the GT4 classed cars that are physically built by the manufacturer versus some of these older class cars like the E90s or E46s that are not built by BMW. Just the performance level is going to be a little bit better everywhere with this new stuff.
Don't know if we covered it, but the 70 car of Jacob Daly has come out on track. I think they've only done 2 laps so far, so this is very recent. I think they failed to start the race a little bit earlier, but now they've got it turned around and have returned. This is in the ZR3 class. So they're going to be trying to catch up to both Eric Powell, who only made 8 laps, and then Waddell in this 57, who only made 24 laps. Definitely plenty of time for them to make some overall overtakes, but only Powell's car would be within class for them.
Once you're talking about them, that is the No Lift Racing Squad, the number 70. Good to see him out there on the racetrack and evidently being able to fix the car, or at least get it to a point that it can resume out there on the racetrack. And then if there's anything else that comes up, maybe they can be able to handle it during a pit stop when the car comes in, get some fuel filled in it when they can legally do it. Look at this move from Colin Garrett. There's a lot of traffic out the front windshield, and you saw that the door was open on the inside of turn number 5, and he is no longer slowing down. He has found his rhythm and is working his way through the traffic.
And I think he needs to, for sure. It is up to 3.5 seconds now, but he does not want to give that time right back up to allow Alsup to try and challenge him. We've already seen how that went with the leaders over in the ZR2 car, or ZP2 cars rather, with that affecting the leader a couple times, as there was a huge slide from Garrett coming through the chicane, and he kept it on the circuit, but just barely.
Showing off some of that car control and how great these BMWs are, even up and over the curb. Sometimes it can really upset the car in terms of the compliance and send it for a little bit of a slide, and in this case a little bit more than just a little bit of a slide. Colin Garrett doing a great job being able to catch it with the counter steer, stay in the throttle, and ultimately not let it phase him. I mean, look at, he's just right back turning lap times.
And I think I have some info as to why we saw that slide. Sloan tells us little raindrops. Wonder if a few parts of the track are getting some moisture, and that might be catching a few drivers out.
Varying conditions is always a question mark, right? Because it can be totally dry, let's say over in turn number 1, and then you get over to turn number 10 on the complete opposite side of the racetrack, and you can have a little bit of a rain shower over there, and then you can get up to the next set of corners and it can be completely dry. So that's just one thing that the drivers have to be confident in, is what the conditions are and where they are approaching. As it seems like one car is off of the pace, they are going off the racetrack to stay out of the way. That is a very gentlemanly thing to do, not to affect somebody else's race if you got an issue.
That was the 70, I'm pretty sure. That's Daly, who's just gotten out. So they're really not racing anybody out there. I think that's probably why we're seeing them being extra cautious and kind of leaping off even to the grass to allow other cars through. They're kind of on an extended test session, and whoever else has problems, that's who they're going to pick up on today. Otherwise, they're probably not going to be racing wheel to wheel anytime soon. Did we just have a change for second in the ZP2s? Because
Yeah, I believe we did. I think Pease went by Brandon Kidd. So I was watching on my side of things, and Brandon Kidd was 3 wide going into what was turn number 12. And I think it was because Pease actually went by. So you're right. Automatic racing going from second to third, move round 3 up into that second overall.
We've been kind of following that for a while. I had mentioned the 5 looked like they were a little bit close there, so well done. And from there, let's see. I think we got plenty of time before we get to the next pit stops. So could maybe try and run away for a little bit. I think we've only had really one driver change that I have noticed, and that is going from Matt Million to Colin Garrett in the number 95 machine. Otherwise, I think most of the other teams have kept the driver in that first time around. As we continue to watch and see how Garrett deals with this lap traffic. That is the car that was our leader at one point going by, Clay McGurk. Now, that car is back up to 4th, I believe, if my timing and scoring is correct. They've made up 3 positions since we last checked in.
Great job from Stratus Racing. I think still the biggest hurdle that they have to overcome is just that lap, right? They've shown that their race pace is plenty to run at the front. They just have to somehow make up that lap. That's going to be the very, very difficult part, and probably a little bit of the soul-crushing part when that penalty was handed down, because Stratus Racing knows how fast they are. All these drivers know what they can do out there on the racetrack, and now they're going to have to come up with some cards to try to get that lap and put themselves back into the position that they should be in.
Love these overhead views that we keep getting from our drone. getting some nice perspective on this track. The Ginetta of Camburn gets overtaken by the number 4, Piatek. Currently running P5 after they were docked a lap a little bit earlier. Kind of watching whether or not the 59 is going to get close to Kidd here, because my timing and scoring is showing them as 0.1 of a second behind, and I don't think that's accurate, but wondering how far they have to get up to the podium positions as the race carries on to lap 54 now out there. They're going to clock in a lot of laps if they keep up this pace. We've only had in these first 90 minutes a single code 60 to slow them down for maybe about 10 minutes or so. So otherwise it's been mean and green, not just on the grounds with all the rain that we had a little bit earlier, but out on the track as well, which we do love to see uninterrupted racing. Unfortunately, it does make it hard to try and make some strategy calls and catch up to other drivers in the process. This is on board with Colin Garrett. Now at about 8.3 seconds ahead, so all somewhat close for a brief moment, but it looks like maybe that is away.
Doing a good job now, though. Like you had mentioned, maybe just a couple little slip-ups, hiccups for a couple of these cars out here. And I'm also getting some word that Gratis is going to be coming into pit lane. Not immediately, but in the next, call it 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes. And I have a feeling that the majority of these teams and drivers, that kind of makes sense, right, Joe, based off of when we had that code 60 and what all was going on with that, and the majority of the teams filling up with fuel at that time. And Joe, this is actually our replay of the pass for second place. So this is riding on board with Brandon Kidd. All of a sudden, you're going to see Pease take advantage. This was the 3-wide moment going into turn number 12, and that was that second place change, moving Automatic Racing down into third, and round 3 up in second.
That was gutsy stuff. We keep talking about how fast that left-hander is, and you got to be brave to try and stick your nose in 2 wide, and then 3 wide is almost a mental sort of move. Sounds like Daly in that number 70 has returned to pit lane and is doing some further work on the car. So they have not fully solved their problems, sadly, and have stopped it only 4 laps in. So, yeah, they didn't make it very far, but they're trying their darndest. And I do appreciate when we get the teams that have a never say die attitude out here.
It's part of racing, right? And kind of, what do we call it? The Dory Award. Sometimes you just got to keep swimming. Sometimes you just got to keep turning laps. And sometimes you just got to keep turning the wrenches to get the car back out there on the racetrack. Lots of times the drivers get all the credit. The drivers get the glory of going out there and racing the car. But got to remember, the car doesn't even make it to the racetrack without that team.
It is so a team effort here in motorsport. So, yeah, I think that's a very good point, that everybody's really got to have that stick-to-itiveness if they want to get the results today. See that rain light flashing on the back there briefly, but no further info on any sort of downpour that we've heard from. So I think what little raindrops we got was about it for the moment. I think that's the 908 of Kidd that we're watching, with Piatek about to make an overtake, I think, but I don't think that's for position. I think that is Piatek trying to get a lap back.
And remember how the number 4 car was one of those cars that was penalized that 1 lap in that big group under that code 60 situation. So, Joe, I think you're spot on with the names and exactly what's happening here on the racetrack. Interesting situation, though, right? Because Brandon Kidd doesn't have to pull over and let Piatek by, right? Piatek is a lap down, so if anything, the number 4 car actually has to be extra cautious trying to get around this number 908 because they are just simply trying to get a lap back.
And I'm curious, in your days in the car, what was your approach, or was it kind of case by case in these sort of things? Do you like to try and hold the car up to maximize, make sure they don't become a problem later on, or do you feel like, this isn't my problem, just let them go?
If I'm Brandon Kidd, I would just let him go. If I'm Piatek, I am throwing the car down the inside of the first brake zone I got, because guess what? I got a lot more to lose than what you do in third place right now. So take advantage of potentially the others' positions that they are in. And I also do feel that in racing nowadays, blocking or holding a car up unnecessarily is quite an abundant, or it's becoming more abundant on the racetrack. And I do feel that running your own race is the only way to actually get better. So the more you try to hold others up, I think it actually negatively affects your driving.
That's a good way of looking at it. I like that. And he's, at this point, not exactly pulling over, but he also hasn't really been making defensive moves that we've been seeing. So, yeah, Kidd at least isn't really facilitating a pass, we can say. That got a little bit closer down into turn 5 as Piatek didn't quite have the opportunity to attack there. And maybe that's really the first thing on his list, is Oliver needs to actually get close enough to try and attempt to pass, but I just haven't seen that happen yet.
And Kidd is doing a fantastic job, right? Brandon just turned a 132.4. That is exactly on pace with our overall leader. The only car that's actually faster is Clay McGurk out there, who's actually just a little bit ahead in terms of track position from this group. So Brandon Kidd is not holding up Piatek per se. The number 4 car has got tons of speed, but to your point, you got to get through cleanly. And right now, that 908 just doing a terrific job hitting the marks and not making any mistakes to allow that number 4 by.
Bad news for fans of the 70 no-lift racing car. It looks like Jacob Daly is taking that machine behind the wall, so their problems are serious enough that they can't fix that on pit lane anymore, where they were kind of working under the hood previously. Bit sad, because I was happy to see them get out and kind of join the fray, become the 20th car actually on the circuit in today's race. I do see the 909 is in pit lane. That's Eklund. And then the 85 in the ZR3 class, that's Manley, is also in the pits. So I wonder if we got some pit stops happening. And I do see that Sloan is potentially teeing up here. So we'll check in with her in just a moment and find out what kind of info of what's going on down there.
You were taking the words right out of my mouth. I was noticing those cars on pit road as well. So I just think that the time has finally come, right? And if you're maybe not exact on fuel calculations, or let's say if your driver is inside the car just saying, hey, you know what, I'm struggling in here with the humidity, I need to get out, this might be that early opportunity for some of these drivers to come on down. But I do think that pit road will be a pretty busy place here shortly.
Certainly looks like it. I can see a couple of those cars refueling at this stage. And I think we're going to go to Sloan. She's been busy gathering lots of information since we last talked to her.
They kind of say it's a little bit later than it is actually. It's 1:33, but they feel like it's later. Oh, hello everybody. I don't know what's going on there. Me and Tanner, my camera guy, are trying to figure it out. Anyway, I've been talking to teams on pit lane, and they have been saying it feels a lot later than it actually is. It's currently 1:34 p.m., but since we started the race a little bit late, everyone's like, what time is it? Some teams are just coming in for their very first pit stop right now. I know Automatic Racing, I believe they hadn't even come in yet, so this is the first one for the 909, which is very interesting. Some teams, unfortunately, the number 70 for Diley is behind the wall right now. I heard it's a water pump issue. They might be driving to Atlanta to get a new part because they're not easy to find. But Yeah, driver changes are starting to hopefully get underway very soon, but it has been a very quiet pit lane for a little bit. So that's all I got for you right now, and I think we're going to be taking a little break in a little bit, but back to you guys.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we are stopping just for the moment. Hopefully we'll be able to be back for some of those pit stops in the meantime. Stay tuned. We'll have some onboards for you, but we're stepping away here in Zenith Racing Series.
Welcome back to the action at Barber Motorsports Park with the Zenith Racing Series. And as you can see, we are under a Code 60 event right now. Unfortunately, the 777 of Jenkins, and that is the Big Mission Motorsports BMW, has come to a rolling stop just before what is turn number 10 here on the racetrack. So going to go ahead and get the safety vehicles out there, get this car retrieved, but this does provide another opportunity for the strategy calls for all of the teams out there to potentially have a shortened pit stop, a little bit of an opportunity to make those calls and potentially get some more fuel in the thing. Now, we were seeing lots of those pit stops happen just before this Code 60. And so I think we are starting to get that pit stop cycle. And oh my goodness, I'm actually getting word from Sloan Polisner down on pit road. He was actually just running the car a little bit dry on fuel. They were about a half a lap short. They were actually going to be coming into pit road to get that thing topped up. So a little bit of a miscalculation out there, maybe for the 777, but others I can see are on pit road. If you look at the left side of the timing tower there, if you got a blue P next to the name and number, that means those drivers, those cars are on pit road. Got our overall leader in the number 5. The number 908 is also in there. I think we're going to see maybe a little bit of an alternate strategy as well from some of these cars to try to potentially gain that lap back from any early on penalties. As we're just kind of cruising under Code 60 here. Wanted to make sure everybody was aware of the situations on the racetrack with that 777 coming to a halt. Unfortunately, just running out of fuel a little bit short of their pit stop time there. And just kind of slows everything down here on the action on the racetrack. This is a 5-hour race today. So we're just shy of halfway through this thing. This is our second Code 60 event. And I think I'm going to be getting Joe Peak back here in the booth momentarily as well. As we get another pit stop cycle. And I can see that the 777 is making its way through the tunnel turn right now, around turn number 14, as this is what's happening on pit road. We're actually catching the tail end of it. Look at all those cars leaving after getting their services completed.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the contrast between what we saw at the first race in Sonoma, where we were saying, oh, the Code 60 would be a great time to save time in your pit stops, and we only saw a couple cars take it. Now suddenly that Code 60 comes out and pretty much everybody dives in when they've got the opportunity, knowing that this is more than ideal. You don't want to pass it up, even if it is not on your typical strategy. But carries on out there. Vaughn behind the wheel right now. The 777, having brought that one out, hopefully is just about to pit lane, since, as Joey said, they were coming through the tunnel turn a bit ago.
What we'll have to pay attention to on our side of things, Joe, is if cars decided to possibly stay out to get a lap back during this, or if they all came in to get fuel in it, if some of them decided to stay out just for track position. So it looks like we've got the green flag going again out on the racetrack.
Yeah, so one car just exiting now. Just trying to make out who that is. I think it might be the 3. Yeah, that was the 3 of Gorshkov, who just finished refueling and manages to get on track without losing too much time. And for those that don't quite understand what we keep talking about, if everybody is pacing at that 60 kilometers per hour, you want to try and take the pit stop, because otherwise they're at full tilt. They could be doing their laps in the 130s to 135s from what we have seen. So you lose a lot more if you're trying to make your pit stop while everybody is at full speed. So it is now the 908 I am seeing that is scored as your leader, and they have since put Rist in that car. Sebastian Rist has jumped in. It is still Colin Garrett leading the ZR2s in the 95, but they've got Zerbruggen in the 392 machine, who has taken over the lead in the ZR3s. I think that is different from what that is a different driver, but I think that was the same car, actually, now that I'm recalling, that was leading before.
Correct. Same car, different drivers. A few driver changes have been going on out there. I think the biggest one, like you mentioned, Rist getting in that number 908 car for automatic racing. And then just through the cycle of everything, the 77 was our leader throughout the entirety of the race. Now, well, I shouldn't say entirety. McGurk got up there and made some great passes and held the lead for a few laps. But for the most part, it has been the number 77, and now that has transferred over to the number 908. So just through the Code 60s, through the team strategy and whatnot, automatic racing has assumed the lead.
Okay, so what is that going to do for the rest of the race is the big question mark out there. 77 has been at the front for the vast majority, we should say, at this point. They shared the lead early on with the 59, but after a penalty for that 59 team, they've been sent backwards. They're currently running in 6th. It's been yo-yoing a bit because of some of the pit strategy, but they have to make up essentially a full lap. And for the second time today, we have cars with speeding penalties, and I think at least one of them was also getting that last time. The 73 and the 392.
Joe, that 392, that is our leader in ZR3. That was the car that you were mentioning has the new driver in it, but has been leading all race.
That's a good point. Okay, so one lap will be taken away. The 14 of Messenger will be our new leader out there. That is the AOA racing team, who will inherit it from Harrison Motorsport. In the meantime, this is our overall leader, Sebastian Rist, in the 908. They were doing a very good job even before they took over this lead. Remember that pass that they made for second place down to the inside with Kidd inside there. So I would say that this is a well-earned lead of the race at this stage for them.
Yeah, and I guess the best way to kind of describe what happened under that Code 60 is that basically the 77 and the 908 flip-flopped, right? The 77 was leading, the 908 was in 3rd place, and they essentially flip-flopped, and the number 5 car, who had Pease in it at the time, stays in 2nd place with now Kinney behind the wheel. But definitely just some alternate strategies being at play. It certainly seems like the 5 and the 908 are on the same page in terms of what they are doing, while the 77 went on a little bit of a different strategy, hence being dropped to 3rd place and having a 48-second difference.
Yeah, that's a good point on that one. And the switching around is obviously had us trying to scramble to figure out where everything sits, but I think we're going to be heading off to another of our favorite segments in just a moment, as the drivers got to sit down with Sloan back at Sonoma. Well, a stint with Sloan has returned. Let's head to her.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a stint. Oh, hi, Barry. Welcome to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit for a seat I bought at Target for $20 that hasn't started deflating yet, but stay tuned. I'm here with Tristan Tyler Summers. That is, oh, and now our thing's coming down. It's fine. Incredible name, by the way, but I wanted to tell us about yourself.
So, I'm here. We're at Barber. I guess I'm here. I'm still here. We've had a long time getting here, and then got here, did practice today. We were in the Porsche GT3 Cup, and then it didn't go as planned for myself.
Do you want to kind of talk about that, or?
We can. So, I was driving. The rest of the guys had their stints in the car. We were having it was a good time. And then it was still wet out, and then we're swapping tires, and I'm like, okay, great, getting thrown in the car, and going out. There's still like wet areas, and also I didn't know not to go on the curbing, and I was like, okay, because it was still wet out, but it was dry, but whole 9 yards. So pretty much what happened was went on the curbing, spun driver's right, the wall, spun twice. So sadly, we're out of it for this weekend, but we still have 2 other cars. We have 2 other cars that are here. One is running right now. We have the 7.3 car, the E46 M3, and then we have the 7 car that should be running at about, hopefully today. If they're not today, tomorrow they'll be going.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'm glad you're thinking positively. I know we were kind of talking earlier. You said you're a little bit sore. Can you kind of tell me, when you do have an accident or a crash like that, what do you do to recover? What is your kind of like recovery timeline?
Build up more adrenaline. I'm kidding now.
Crash another car.
No. I mean, recovery, I'm just still trying to move around and still just trying to keep around. Obviously, it's like, okay, great, put ice on it, whatever. I mean, there's different ways for when you should deal with an injury. I mean, I got to say I've had a couple of injuries myself, so I don't know. Ice normally, just relax, lay down. Just don't overwork yourself. That's a big thing, I have to say. 1,000%. Don't overwork yourself. I mean, when you do, you're putting more stress and tear on your body, and it's not good. I mean, I literally just popped my shoulder out of place like 2 weeks beforehand, before I did this. Yeah, my shoulder popped out of place. So.
Oh, delicious. Okay, well, it seems like you're no stranger to pain. Great. Anyway, you said you're from Napa. Is Sonoma, have you raced Sonoma before? Is that kind of your home track?
Sonoma is my home track. Love it there. I work there too with Skip Barber Racing School. I love it there. I love Sonoma. I'm like 45 minutes, an hour from the track, so not that far, and get to go there whenever I feel like, go watch races. So, but yeah, that is my home track. I do love it there. I was out there. We were spectating for Zenith when you guys were out there originally for the first race, and looked awesome. We were having a great time.
Awesome. All right. Can you tell me one other thing you're looking forward to this weekend besides actually now racing in the Zenith Series?
Say that again, sorry?
What's one thing you're looking forward to this weekend besides actually now racing in the series?
One thing I'm looking forward to this weekend is, honestly, just everybody getting dialed in with their vehicles and making sure all the cars are running good. Everybody's safe on track, because it's such a big thing. I mean, remember especially what happened with me today, and especially what happens, all over. It's a dangerous game. Everybody should know that. If you play the game, you're going to learn the consequences. Make mistakes, that's what happens. But for everybody this weekend, I hope everybody just has a safe race. They're having a great time. They're having great fun. We're going to have fun tonight, where everybody gets together like we did last time at Sonoma. But I'm just excited to be here. I'm excited we're at Barber, at a beautiful, amazing track, and it's just such a great time.
Awesome. All right, well, that was Tristan Tyler Summers from, oh my God, I forgot the team, from Napa Valley. We'll say Napa Valley. Back to you guys.
So it's a very pretty place out there. Joey and I had a chance to be there recently, actually. But we did have a little bit of a development out on track while we were having that. Car 27 apparently had an issue back at turn 15, and that is Powell Racing, Daniel Escobar, currently in that car. They carried on, so thankfully no code 60 to try and take care of that. I do see the 3 back in pit lane. Now, they were just in there only all of, 15 minutes ago, Joey? So something seems to be amiss.
Yeah, that's Gorshkov behind the wheel for round 3 racing. And they got a couple of those cars out there in that ZP2 class. Of course, we've really been keeping an eye on that number 5 car that has been solidly inside the top 3 all day. But to your point, yeah, the second car is in pit lane currently and actually dropping down the order now down into what is 7th overall.
So they're going to lose a little bit, but we're not entirely sure what is plaguing them or why they would make a stop so suddenly after. We did see the 95 do that, but they're still leading this race, even though they got closed in upon by the 41 team for just a little bit of a moment. Garton actually has hopped into that 41 machine. but has since fallen off the back of the lead of that class. We've been following Rist here on the screen of the 908, who leads overall. The 5 team who is chasing them, the round 3 racing car, currently put Kinney in the machine. Randy Kinney is currently trying to play catch up, but I'm seeing that gap marked as somewhere in the realm of 48 seconds. So it's looking very, very healthy for the 908 team at this stage of the racing. We're past the 2-hour mark. We're getting close to the halfway in this race already. So it is looking good, but we need to kind of see what the strategy will do to the picture, Joey, once both the 908 and the 77 team pit. Because I think that's the bigger question, is who's doing what according to the timing of the race, because that's really important, is when are you in and out? When are you going to be leading towards the end?
Correct. And you can never bank on yellows or bank on the code 60, so you just have to assume it'll be green flag all the way to the end. Now, if things fall your way, then great, fantastic, but you just have to make sure that you don't bank or strategize based off of others' misfortune, because you just simply don't know if it's going to happen. When it comes to endurance racing, usually the more fuel you can put in the car as often as possible, especially in the first half of the race, it just kind of opens up all of those doors in the second half of the race. And right now, automatic racing is kind of showing their colors in terms of their history in racing. Of course, a big competitor of mine way back in the Grand Am days, they have been around endurance racing, multi-class format, multi-driver format racing for a couple decades now.
That experience so valuable in all of racing. And I was trying to see whether or not the 392 had fallen out of first place because they had their penalty early. I just noticed that Zurbuchen is still leading the way over Blevins, although it's showing at 0.8 of a second. So the 14 could maybe fight them for that lead here in a little bit. We've been watching that 392 as they're being caught by the 908 of Rist, our overall leader.
I want to expand on the point that you were just talking about as we get the shots of the 908. Really just the difference in speed between the two class cars, and then once they get on the straightaway, the little prototype doesn't quite have all the steam and horsepower to get by some of these bigger horsepower production-based cars. But kind of to the point that I was going to make out there with the fuel and whatnot, I think that this 908 is in a terrific spot right now. Just got to stay consistent. And if I was just reading timing and scoring, I think that this stint, probably the next one, is about limiting your mistakes out there. If you get caught up behind a car here in traffic, that's okay. Just get by them safely. Don't let it cost you 10, 15, 25 seconds, something like that. It's about staying consistent out there on the racetrack. That way the teams can really strategize the back half of the race.
Consistency is great. Consistency wins races, it wins championships, but I don't think drivers are going to turn down speed, which Jason Alder seems to have, because he set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:30.8. Now, he just crossed the line, so this latest lap was not, I think that was about a second slower, and of course the traffic can affect that. But Jason, who's on that team that fell out of the lead due to a penalty, is suddenly really on fire out there.
It's all the ebbs and flows, right? Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it goes a competitor way, sometimes the penalties rain down, sometimes it just opens up the doors with 3 wide moments on the racetrack to take the inside, but it's all in those ebbs and flows and how you ride those waves.
I think the wave is at a low point for Gorshkov in the number 3. That round 3 racing team has gone behind the wall, and Sloan has said that the boot on one of the axles was ripped, and they have had to replace that. So that's what they are doing right now. That's why they came in prematurely, unfortunately. So that sets them behind the 8 ball, but as we saw back at Sonoma, you can't give it up, especially in this ZP2 class. There were multiple teams that did have to make some repairs that wound up coming back, either winning or getting onto the podium.
team aspect. We've mentioned it a few times already, right? Not everything goes your way in the race. And Sonoma, if it's a little bit of a forecasting of what the rest of the series, the rest of the season, I should say, is going to bring to us. And it's not just that performance of the drivers that we're watching. It is the performance of those crews, of those teams, when an issue does arise, to get the car back out there on the racetrack, or sometimes in the case of making adjustments on pit road to minimize the time loss.
On board with the 392 currently, as we watch them swing through the various chicanes on the back half of the course. Sebastian Rist, this is the 908, apologies, that we're riding with. And then coming up to some of that lap traffic like Joey was talking about earlier, experiencing the different strengths of these cars with these light, nimble, high downforce prototypes, finding themselves gaining through the corners and then having trouble making the pass down the straight. Gets close, gets that overlap, and thankfully the GT car sees them coming. Sebastian gets a nice move to the inside.
As you mentioned, though, it's just a great example of the horsepower to weight kind of on full display. That these little ZP2 cars are so capable when they get into the brake zones, when they get rolling through the apexes, and how they can put the power down to the ground. Oh, big snap oversteer. Great job from Sebastian there to really keep it under control. But then once you get onto the straightaways, you get those other GT-based cars, the ZR2s and the ZR3s, and some of them have pretty much an equal horsepower to weight situation. So these cars aren't necessarily going to out-accelerate some of the GT cars out there.
Certainly makes for a bit of an unusual dynamic, but definitely quite a dynamic out here in the ZRS races, as it keeps all the drivers on their toes. And yes, the classes will have differences in speed, but the way they make that speed mean that you have got to watch out. You've got to be heads up and kind of understand how the chemistry between them will work to make the best of it. We've definitely seen that with our prototypes at times swapping the lead because someone was caught out by not expecting the car to be slow where it was. The 392 on screen, still up here at the front of the ZR3s with the Barry Zerbuchen just plugging away. His last lap as he crosses the line of 38.2 is quite a ways faster than everybody else. So I'm starting to get an idea of why, despite being penalized the lap, they are still in the lead. This seems eerily similar to what we had with the 95 team up in the ZR2s, where this car is just miles ahead of everybody else.
I'm with you. I think that in qualifying, that was apparent. Turning laps about 2.5, maybe just over seconds faster than the next fastest car in class. And I will say that the biggest difference that we've got with our ZP2 class, right, our prototype class versus our GT class, is that our prototype class is all one manufacturer, all one make, so it's naturally just that little bit easier to regulate everything. And then when you get into these GT classes where it's truly horsepower to weight and then managing basically the speed on the racetrack, things tend to open up just that little bit more. And right now it is this 392 of Zerbuchen that's just taken full advantage. This Harrison Motorsports team has been the class of this ZR3 stuff all weekend long, and right now, even after that penalty, like you mentioned, still the fastest car.
And still leading the way, and it kind of goes back to what we've talked about here and there, the inclusiveness of the Zenith Racing Series. That goes to the cars as well. That's why they have it to the power to weight ratio instead, so that many teams can basically bring what they've got. Not everybody has the funds to get a GT4 car or a GT3 car and run to spec. And while those classes have been great in really revitalizing sports car racing, we do kind of miss the bigger variety that you can get and the ingenuity that you can see. It allows these teams to really try to get clever out there, and they can't get too clever with themselves, obviously, because the power to weight kind of limits you to an extent. But then we see cars like the 41 over in the ZR2s that have all kinds of interesting bodywork all over the machine that maybe bring them a little bit of speed, or just generally maybe you find a car that is just so easy to drive out there. I think that's one of the big things that maybe this helps with, Joey, is that if that team finds a car that maybe isn't the quickest necessarily, but it's on pace and the drivers can just they don't have to worry about the setup. They can get in and just drive it. I feel like that is going to be a huge advantage, especially on a weekend like this where they've been so limited on track time.
I feel like your last point really hit the nail on the head, especially with the Zenith Racing Series. Great multi-class action here. I think we've actually got all three of our classes on screen. I take that back. That's 2 ZR3 machines as well as the prototype machine ZP2 making its way through. But I was... Oh, hang on. Is the door open on the 908? Oh, no. Yeah, and I
You're
just
right.
barely saw it, and I think it really depends on the left versus the right-hand side, which kind of car or which kind of corner that's going around.
Wow.
But yeah, there you go. So a left-hand corner, it is swinging that right door open. That is a problem for that number 908. That is our overall leader. They're going to have to bring this thing in unless somehow Sebastian Rist grows some go-go gadget arms and can close that thing.
Exactly. And what's curious is right as you caught that, really, Sloan was telling us that Automatic was planning on coming in, and she said it was for fuel. I get the sense that it's more than just fuel that's causing them to have to pit in. We heard that race control is on the horn to this team because that is a safety issue. They can't let that go. So no doubt they're probably being told, unless he does manage to reach that thing, they are going to be forced to come in.
And it had to have happened last lap. Last lap for this driver was a 137, and they've been turning consistent 133s. Already hitting pit lane is the 908, so they are going to bring it down, probably fill it up with fuel, and then also make sure they get that thing latched shut. But this is an opportunity for both the number 5 and the number 77 that we're riding on board with right now to assume the lead. What can they do with this strategy call?
Randy Kenny has a gift thrown in his lap after it was a massive lead that Sebastian Rist had, and are going to have to give away, going slightly off strategy. And that was after they had, a great job in their pit stops, managing to get ahead of the 77 before. But that 77 going to be happy about moving back into second without a doubt, because I think they're not too far behind Kenny as well. Yes, they are directly behind them, in fact. So Vaughn has a chance to maybe take that Nimbus Racing team back up to the top of the field.
And he has been the fastest driver. Well, I should say that Alder, you had pointed it out a few minutes ago, that Alder was setting purple fast laps out there. So it really has been the number 77 as well as the number 59, the two fastest cars on the racetrack, at least call it in the last 10, maybe 15 minutes. And there is the visual gap between the cars there, between Vaughn and Kenny. Kenny is that black car with the purple splitter, and now you just got to wait for Vaughn to come into the shot about 1.1 seconds back.
He's catching traffic at a bit of an awkward place here. Kenny trying to stay patient, moves off to the right-hand side, but so does the other car. And there goes Vaughn, the 77, your new leader, as they swing their way into 12. And that's, I've lost count of how many times we've seen traffic play an effect in the lead changes.
Yeah, and just looking at timing and scoring, I was actually confused. I was miscalling that. I think that the 77 did a fantastic job to just carry the momentum, and as soon as he caught Kenny, there was just nothing stopping it. There was that one little out-of-class car, but that didn't hold up Vaughn at all from making a pass.
So Gavin Vaughn using his wits there and making sure that he gets back that track position. So nicely done. It took them a while as they wandered around the wilderness, but glad to see them return to the top spot. 908's not going to be too happy about that. I think they're back on track. So it looks like they have solved their problems, probably topped up with fuel, and have gotten back out onto the circuit. But right now they're showing as running in 4th.
Going to have to wait for timing and scoring to at least get a lap or two under their belt, and that way you can see if they are on the lead lap or not. I don't expect they would have lost a lap from that pit stop, but just got to make sure it goes through all those timing loops.
Still have the 9.5 of Colin Garrett leading down to the ZR2s for those curious, and Zerbukin and the 392 leads in the ZR3 class, so I haven't had any changes there. Thomas Belleman has also gotten into the number 4 since we last looked, and is currently got his personal best fastest lap last time. Sounds like Sloan is at the ready. Let's head down to her with an interview.
Hey guys, I'm here with Rob Eklund at Automatic Racing. Rob, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, Rob Eklund. I'm president and owner of Stoner Incorporated. And no, that's not marijuana. We are a drug-free facility. We have consumer brands called Invisible Glass and Stoner Car Care. We've sponsored Automatic Racing with those brands for 15 years now. I've been racing with Automatic for 15 years now to try to push the brands and promote the brands, but also enjoy the driving of the car and the different race series we're in. It's my first time at Zenith.
Yeah, are you having a good time so far?
So far I am, yeah. It's been a while since I've been in a car, so I feel a little, not quite in the flow yet, but it's fun.
So tell me, what do you love about racing?
I like the man and machine concept of driver and machine and what you can get out of each on different tracks. I've always been a road course racing fan, so that's what I do. Not particular to the type of series or the types of cars. It's probably more my time and budget that allows me to get on track. I like the strategy. I like the patience. I'm fortunate to be able to do it, and it's just a lot of fun.
I love that. That's a really wholesome answer. I feel like I don't ask people enough what they love about racing, so I'm really glad that I got to hear your perspective on that. What's one thing that you want the viewers at home to know about you or to know about Automatic in general?
To know about me? I'm just a regular guy. Very fortunate to be able to race, very fortunate to have the business I have. We transitioned it from my grandfather. His last name was Stoner, Paul Stoner. That was a long time ago now, and it's been a great career for me. I just like to live life.
I love that. We just like to live life out here. Well, thank you so much, Rob. I hope that, your race for the rest of this. Wow, I can't talk today. I don't know. I hope that the race goes well for you, and hopefully we'll see you at the podium later.
Well, thanks for the time.
Yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. And, we're on board with the 95 in the pits. I don't see the crew working right now, so I hope nothing is wrong in this situation.
So I've watched them several times from this onboard camera. You cannot see anything that the crew is doing on that. The only time that we would be able to see anything is that they were changing those front tires, which, as you were mentioning a while back, is a pretty hefty penalty. But all the fuel in the back end of the car, and we can't even see the driver. So if they were doing a driver change, we can't even see it.
Okay, so I was panicking over nothing there for a brief moment, and they still had a huge gap over Garton in the 41, so they haven't lost the lead yet. That could change depending on how long they are going to be sitting in there, and that just happened right now on the timing and scoring, actually. So Reed Garton is now leading in the ZR2 class as we wait for Garrett to return to the circuit. Before we headed off to that, I mentioned Belleman was looking very fast, and he's currently running third, about 5 seconds back from Kenny. Sorry, go ahead there, Joey.
No, so, it's just more developing situations because we were just talking about the 95 and we couldn't see anybody, right? And just as I ended that point, I saw a crew member carry a tire from the right side across the front over the wall and carry a different tire over to the right side. And now I'm physically watching them change the front left tire on the vehicle as well. So multiple tires going over the wall. Maybe we can get Sloan Polisner down there to see exactly what their strategy is going to be. But to my point, how many laps is that going to be?
That's what I'm wondering, because I'd have to check the rule book, because we were told that it was a lap per tire, but I don't know if that also means for that fourth one you are also given it, because usually you get that one tire you're allowed to change if you have some sort of issue. So that means the 41 that we see on screen now is your leader, as we have a bit of a three-wide situation between the 908 and the 59 finding their way through. And thankfully, despite a little bit of a scary moment, that was drama-free. Now, that was not for position. No, actually, that may have been for position. I think the Alder, yes, has just passed wrist. So that was great stuff going the long way around by Jason Alder.
And crucially, I think the bigger picture of it all, it could be slightly off strategy, but with Alder's fast lap times that he has been throwing down, call it the last 20, 30 minutes ever since he got in the car, that Stratus Racing number 59 does show on the same lap as the leaders.
Ooh, this is not good if you are Gavin Vaughn, because it looks like they are starting to gain. The 95 is back out. Million has hopped into the car. And this, I think, goes back to what they had told us earlier, because Sloan says this is relating to their tire testing program that they've mentioned both last round and with this one. So this is all part of their program. But it'll be impressive if they can come back not from the one lap that they had before, but now many laps that they've got to make up.
So they do hand the lead over to the 41. I can already see it on timing and scoring that this is the leader of the ZR2 class that we've got on screen right here. Garton driving the Retro Rockets machine. A little bit older of a BMW and chugging along right now. Has got one lap over the number 95 since they just came down and took those tires on pit road.
Also, I can tell you that the 177 is in pit lane. They had a driver swap. They've taken fuel. I think they're just waiting to be released, and now they are on their way. Clark Camburn was in the car. I will checking to see. It's Pacelli, Anthony Pacelli, who's hopped in. They're going to return in third. So they actually didn't catch Matt Million in the 95 in that extended pit stop, but I think once we see the penalties added, we should see the 177 moved up into P2.
Getting shots of the 41. He's actually going to be caught pretty rapidly here from Matt Million. It's actually going to be the next car in shot. There's that blue BMW flashing through the screen just behind. I think we're going to get a speed difference. Now, we know that the number 95 has been the fastest of the class all weekend long, and they were the fastest of the class back at Sonoma for those opening couple of rounds. But with these different tires on the car, how fast can it go?
It's a good question, and I think we're going to get a sense of it pretty soon, because I think this is the first full lap that Million's going to have. Garton's been running in the 42s. But I know that the 95's been much quicker than that. Like you said, it's a question mark of the new tires. A 140 this time for Reed, a 137 for Million. So, yeah, 3 seconds a lap faster that time around. We just don't know whether or not that's going to be enough to make up for the penalty that they're going to be experiencing once that catches up to them. Oh, and this, I think, is new. The 777 is now behind the wall. That's 14 in the Big Mission Motors car.
So, you know, that might be somewhat new. The 777 was the car that brought out the code 60 not too long ago and was towed back behind the garage, or back behind the wall at that time. I am not sure if it returned to the racetrack, and that is an additional issue.
All right, so we'll try and track that. Jason Alder, who set the fastest lap of the race some minutes ago, has got a purple second sector. Certainly seems to like the conditions. So does Matt Million, who is about to get a lap back from our leader. Not really much of a fight from Garton. Kind of don't blame him on that. Needs to just run his own race at this stage as we get back on board with Million. And off he goes. Just a few more laps to make back up.
I'm curious about this lap time. Now, he did get, I shouldn't say held up, but it wasn't a 100% clean lap on this one. Last lap was a 37.0, like you were mentioning. 36.99. Maybe this upcoming lap will be a little bit more on pace. This car was turning, call it 33s earlier in the afternoon. And then just depending on what tires they put on, they can go a little bit faster, they can go a little bit slower. You had mentioned kind of that tire testing program that the number 95 is working on, and I think that's exactly what they're doing is they're collecting data right now.
Very fascinating to see it all play out and highly unusual, but the team seems to enjoy it because it gives them a carrot to go after for sure. Kind of makes it exciting on our end, wondering whether or not they'll get back in the race. But I see the 85 is now hit pit lane. So I think that is Clifton Lipple, that was in the car. I wonder if there's going to be any sort of change for them. They've entered in from third in the ZR3 class, but they're a long ways ahead of the 73 car, so I don't think they're going to fall out of this position.
And as we're chugging along, kind of just past halfway through this thing here today, quietly making a ton of ground. Remember, you had said Alder's name a few times, and then he had gotten by Sebastian Rist in the 908. Alder has continued to set just crazy fast laps. Even that last time, a 1:30.77. That is just 3-4 seconds faster than anybody else out there on the racetrack in the class. So doesn't have anybody else around right now. He's not making a ton of passes, call it for class position. He is just quietly making up a ton of time in track position.
That is super impressive. And Jason, I don't think needs to be told to hurry up. He's got the message. He's just trying his darndest. We've been continuing to ride on board with Matt Million as we've been chatting about that. There is the leader in that class, the 77 from Nimbus Racing, Gavin Vaughn, currently in that car. Thomas Belleman's only about 3 seconds back. We got a yellow flag, though. That may have actually been the 94 car on the front stretch because I saw them off pace, but now they're going. So I wonder if there was a little bit of a spin there. And yeah, we've got a green flag, so we're back in it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. To your point, it certainly took away the yellow flag quite quickly, and it did say that it was at start-finish. So I think what you were adding up certainly is plausible. And I have to giggle to myself over here on our marching ants. The number 908 car, that's that automatic racing car. The GPS isn't necessarily as accurate as the racetrack. Sometimes it's way out there.
Yeah, I've been noticing that too. We kind of rely on those marching ants to a degree, but then you take it with a bit of a grain of salt sometimes. Sebastian Rist, who's definitely been fast, I don't think he's fast enough to leave the track and get back, is currently running in fifth position.
He was just checking out the museum, just looking at the exhibits, that's all.
Good point, yeah. Well, there's all kinds of sculptures too, so there's lots to see around there.
Oh, goodness, no. Just having a little bit of fun over here, just past halfway into this 5-hour race that we've got with the Zenith Racing Series at Barber Motorsports Park on this nice Saturday afternoon. Of course, we get to rinse and repeat, do it all over again tomorrow, except tomorrow it's going to be a little bit longer, 6 hours in comparison.
Yeah, and we'll talk a little bit more about that because it'll be a unique format. They will have a scheduled break in the race, so it won't be continuous, but everybody still will line up as they were once they get through that. Like I said, we'll get into more details, as I'm sure we'll explain it all tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, that was a bit scary for Vaughn, as that lapped car was getting pretty tail happy down through Museum Corner.
I've noticed several similar situations. Just watching various onboards throughout the race today. The leader obviously is going to be passing the most amount of multi-class, most amount of lapped cars out there, so they always come up to sometimes interesting situations. And trust me, everybody else is out there racing on the racing line. They don't have to pull over for anybody. However, it is up to that leader to get through them as efficient as possible. And yeah, when some people are pushing it to the absolute limit, it can probably call for a little bit of some hesitation at moments and at certain corners.
Yeah, you have to use your discretion in this series for sure, because sometimes you might wind up around a car that isn't necessarily handling all that great, but so far so good for Gavin Vaughn. And the gap we're still seeing, actually, I think it's come down. Has Belleman been outpacing? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. When I was mentioning that Alder was setting crazy fast laps, Belleman put in his personal best fastest lap at a 31, and that was a few laps ago. And ever since then has consistently outpaced Vaughn up there in the 77. So, yeah, it's certainly a race.
Back there, you can see them in the same shot. The purple and black, that's Vaughn. Belleman is the yellow and white. They were split by that lapped car. I think that he's going to be able to get by him probably here on the back straightaway, most likely. And as we watch them come up over the hill, there's more traffic in front of them. And we have seen that play such a big part in this race. Yeah, he needs to try and get by this red and white machine, a couple of cars in his own class that are causing a bit of a checkup. He is now right on top of him. Thomas Belleman flashing the headlights. He wants to try and take the spot as he looks to distract the 77. Gavin Vaughn is going to be able to sneak down to the inside this time, pulling off and out of the way, or at least temporarily. It's forcing our leader to go the long way around, out into the marbles here around the Alabama roller coaster. Eventually he's through. Other side of the track there for Thomas Belleman. Thankfully not held up as much, and the battle rages on down into turn 5.
What a race that we've got here at Barber, and this is our top two, the 77 versus the 4, and they are duking it out right now through that multi-class traffic. Gotta say, great job to both of those drivers. They didn't really seem to lose any sort of track position, but it really is Belleman putting all sorts of pressure on the back of Vaughn with the headlights flashing, the weaving back and forth, just saying, hey, I'm here, and if you don't make these moves immediately, I am going to try to sneak down the inside. This is going to be a peculiar situation here going into what is 12 and 13. You got to try to do a little bit of an over-under up through the tunnel turn. Vaughn is already on the gas. He's to the inside of that lapped car. Can Belleman sneak his way through? He is certainly trying to.
He's managed to get inside, and I think he's got it done here. Yes, he has. So he's still right on top of him. In the meantime, the 909 is now the one that they need to get past, and we've seen him cause some holdups before. Different driver was in the car, granted, and he's not pulling off to the side. Gavin is going to have to, once again, go the long way around as he leaves the inside open, but that's not enough room for Belleman to stick his nose in to make it 3 wide. He also has to follow suit, going the long distance around both 2, 3, and 4. This time, Thomas loses a few car lengths.
That was the 909 there. That was the second of the automatic racing cars that definitely didn't lift up out of the gas for either one of the drivers. And you could say from Belleman's point of view, he got wrong done, but if you ask me from a race control perspective, the 909 didn't change anything between when Vaughn went through and when Belleman went through. It was just a little bit more unfortunate for the number 4 car getting held up.
I agree. And like we keep saying, those lapped cars have their own race to run. They're not required to pull over immediately for these cars. So it is up to that faster car to make his way past. So some ground that needs to be made up by the round 3 racing number 4 car, as Nimbus narrowly holds on to the lead, but it is tentative right now as traffic has not been playing nicely with them.
And the biggest gainer in all of this is still Alder, still setting fastest lap times out of anybody. Was a 1:30.9 the last time in comparison to a 34 from our leaders. Let's see what Vaughn does this time by a 33.1. Belleman, this might be his best shot. He doesn't have any traffic to deal with. Oh, I take that back. There's going to be one car directly in front. Can he get the run down into Charlotte's Web? The number 4 car tucking himself up literally underneath the rear spoiler.
That's our second place car in the ZR2s. That's Matt Million, who also probably does not want to take any chances here and risk the car. And he leaves quite a bit of space open down at Charlotte's Web. Both of them are going to get through. Look at that experience. Matt doing a great job allowing them past.
Still flashing the lights from Belleman. Vaughn doing a terrific job. And if anything, if he just plain and simple doesn't make any mistakes, it's going to get to that second place car even more. Why can't I make this pass done? Why can't I make this pass done? The flash of the lights. Guess what that is? That's frustration out of your competitor because he can't make the pass yet. Just keep on hitting the marks.
Yeah, I feel like he's kind of got the equivalent of an animal trying to make itself appear bigger to you, both with the flashing of the lights, you know, and the weaving in the mirror. He's doing everything he can to psychologically just get Vaughn to slip up somewhere, but it's not working. Gavin is being very steely nerved throughout this situation. Our lead separated by less than half a second now from multiple laps and having to overtake various lapped cars in the process. Another fastest lap of the race for Alder, by the way.
And he took 8 seconds out of Kinney that time by what was 31 seconds to our leaders is now down to 29 seconds for Alder. So he literally is the fastest car on the racetrack. And kind of getting to our silly point, are you saying that the 77 has got some bear spray inside that car?
No, he's he's like the animal away? That, you know, has... He's like those lizards that have the frills, you know? That's like, I'm big and scary. Anyways, back to the actual racing. Still stuck behind him with nothing doing. Randy Kinney, what has his laps? He's not actually been quicker, so he's still losing out to them. So they don't have to worry about the third place car. It's really fourth place that there is their concern at this stage. Alder is a long ways back, but the more they fight, the more the lap times are going to suffer between the pair of them.
Vaughn has got the giddy up going, though, because sector number 2, this lap, Belleman presents the car down to the inside, and our leader definitely left a lane for him. See about the run, go down on the front straightaway, see if those 2 corners compromise the lead at all. This is as close as Belleman has been going into turn number 1. Defensive posture from Vaughn out front. Let's see about through the Alabama roller coaster. Can that round 3 racing machine stick to the back bumper of the Nimbus racing car? Pick up maybe a little bit of slipstream, but Vaughn puts the stiff arm out, headed down towards turn 5.
This is going to have to be a very wide NPO1, the way that now Belleman has been able to get quite close, and you can see maybe just a tiny little bit of tire smoke as he gives a slight lockup down into turn 5. Belleman is pushing, trying his darndest to get through, and now Alder has moved into third off of screen. Kinney has been overtaken by the 59.
Stratus Racing on the rebound, doing it when it matters. They got pushed back a little early on, and now that we're coming up to 2 hours remaining, they have put themselves in a position to get up onto the podium and potentially win this race. We're going to see if the remaining 2 hours go as smoothly as it has been ever since that little bit of a hiccup, and they are going to be ones to deal with.
We've been watching this. There's really not much to report on through the rest of the field. The 85 is in pit lane. I can tell you the ZR3 of Clifton Lipple taking some service. And I think 14 in the 777 as well. Ooh, this is another very close one. This time actually going to try and get down to the inside of turn 1 as Belleman does not get the overlap. You talked about desperation earlier. Trying to make moves into turn 1 tells me that he does not feel like he can make it stick elsewhere. He's trying to do some dangerous things now.
I'm on the same page with you. I do feel that the number 4 is probably just a little bit faster overall, but it's where that speed is made, and if you don't make the speed into a passing opportunity, it can make laps very, very long and frustrating, being stuck behind a driver that you're faster than in certain sections on, and then all of a sudden they just scoot away at the wrong time and you can't make the pass. So that's what I was getting to with Vaughn. As long as he stays mistake-free, it's going to creep into that driver of Belleman that more and more every single time he can't make the pass.
And Thomas is a driver with lots of experience out there, not just here in real-world racing, but virtual racing. He was competing for a few weeks in the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup North America. Oh, that's a little wide from Vaughn. He left the door open. We've seen Belleman try to stick his nose in there, but he doesn't this time, at least. But to finish my point, Belleman getting into that series takes incredible skill, a lot of speed. So we know that car is fast. We know that he has got some talent behind the wheel. It's just he hasn't been able to show it.
A little bit tighter through turns 2 and 3. But once again, the 77, I think it's just the confidence of being able to get onto the throttle at apex or maybe just before. And that's what allows him to kind of scoot out of the corner and put up that stiff arm against the number 4 car going into any one of these brake zones. So Belleman is just kind of caught up playing the catch-up game constantly out there as man, Alder puts in another fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.4. That is, call it about 2.5 seconds faster than the pair that we're watching right now.
I think that's what amazes me, is that it's not just that, oh, well, he's set a fastest lap. He has continued to make that mark lower and lower on the timing sheets. He is gotta be pushing like the Dickens. I think this is another opportunity. Getting close, coming up around the last couple sets of corners. Will he once again try to get underneath? No. Maybe just a little bit blocked by the momentum loss. Coming off the tunnel turn was Belleman. This is where he's been very good, though. Coming off the final turn. Is he going to get to the inside? The 77 hovers right in the middle of the track. Belleman decides not to push the issue this time, although he tries to cut back underneath, maybe. Look around the outside, go the long way through the Alabama roller coaster, and no, the grip falls away.
This has been his best opportunity, though. Instead of trying to present the car to the inside, he constantly swung it wide. If you can't make passes, why keep doing the same thing over and over? He is now lengthening the racetrack, opening up those radiuses, and now he's closer to Vaughn than he ever has been going into some of these sections that he hasn't been within touching distance before. So sometimes when plan A doesn't work, you got to change it up and try something a little bit different. And it all started all the way back there in that turn 15, 16 complex this previous lap, Joe. Instead of trying to force the inside line, he simply stayed on that racing groove, let Vaughn do his thing, and he was closer than ever going into 5.
The one thing that I'm kind of a bit surprised about, considering the background of Thomas, he started in spec Miatas. You know, Joey, how elbows out that racing is. I'm surprised we haven't seen more aggression, frankly, out of Thomas.
Here's the biggest difference. Those Miatas, they got bumpers. They got fenders, right? You can lean on your competitors a little bit more than what's in these prototype machines, and getting the bad end of the stick there in turn number 17 as our second place car. So Gavin Vaughn's going to get a little bit of breathing room here for maybe a lap, maybe 3/4 of a lap before Belleman picks it back up. But to your point, Joe, these cars, much more fragile, and you don't want to go bumping and banging your way through. We still got 2 hours. Let's try to keep it as clean as we can.
Oh, that gave me a real moment. There is going around the outside between 2 and 3 has opened the door, and he's very defensive this time as Vaughn still leaves a little bit of space down at the apex as Thomas Belleman can't make it stick, but he did make up all that time that he lost. The traffic giveth and the traffic taketh.
See about through this museum section here. And just kind of everywhere, right? The number 4 car seems to eat up a little bit of pavement. It seems to just be a little bit faster than that 77, but Gavin just hitting his marks, not allowing anything to phase him, and that includes that lap traffic. Every single time we come up to lap traffic, he seems to be placing his car in the right area, not opening the door for anything behind, but that was wide going through 13. It certainly seems like Belleman is fully to the inside. This could be the opportunity with the traffic, and Thomas Belleman is through to the lead.
Oh my goodness. At first we didn't think he had the patience, but it paid off in the end as that lap traffic finally gave him what he has been looking for. He is free. Now, what is his pace going to look like since he's not having to wait up behind that 77? Because Thomas Belleman hasn't really shown us what that speed truly is. Is he going to be able to match Alder, who has been chomping away at the gap to them?
It couldn't have come at a better time, and oh my goodness, am I seeing this
Alder's
right?
in.
Alder is in pit lane. That just happened right now, so Stratus Racing making a strategy call as Belleman finally gets some clean windshield and probably going to set down some of his fastest laps so far.
Yeah, so Alder will lose out on that third place rather to Kenny, who moves back onto the podium. But this might be within the pit window for Stratus Racing on them. I don't think we need to fret quite yet until we get a little bit more info as to why they pitted. If they emerge right out, then I think we can call that pretty solidly just a fuel stop to top themselves off and get back into the race. We're actually almost down to 2 hours left to go, so we've been also seeing the clock really get eaten up with that battle. So we're getting now to the final stages.
Alder still on pit road. I can see on my side of things, driver is in the car, just patiently waiting on everything, and that 59 will be released back. And wonder when the 4 and the 77 are going to have to stop next.
Yeah, that's a good question, because if they're on the same strategy, it doesn't really change things all that much. If they keep going, then that definitely changes things. And Alder is back out, so it looks like that was probably a regular pit stop for them. Watching to see if that driver changes or if he stays in the car. Frankly, I would not swap out Jason after the performance that he just put on.
It's the meat and potatoes section of the race too, right? Where you're doing all of your eating. Everybody looks towards the beginning and looks towards the end and says, hey, we got to survive. We got to survive the beginning in order to make it to the end. And then once we get to the end, that's when we've got our position to potentially win a race or get on the podium or whatever it may be. But the majority of where the ground is made up is right in the middle section of this race. And when you're under these green flag conditions, if you've got a driver like Alder that is turning 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap faster than anybody else, and couple that with their penalties, so they're kind of buried in the middle of the field, they're really going under the radar with this, being the fastest car on the racetrack and quietly making up this track position. And if they make the right strategy calls, it could be a situation where we don't even see them make a pass for the lead. All of a sudden, they're just out there.
A really good point. But I will say that Belleman just ran a 31.3. So Thomas, we wondered what it would look like when freed up. There you go. I don't think it's quite as fast as what Alder has done, but it is a lot faster, and that could make the difference. I think we need to remember that because of the code 60s, since there is no full course yellow to back the field up, essentially this comes down to you've always got to be in sprint mode. You have always got to be trying to get the best pace out of the car.
It's what endurance racing has really transitioned to in the last, call it 10, 15, 20 years. And that's in due credit to all the machines that are being made, these factory-built race cars that are just so consistent now that it's no longer a test of machine to see if you can make it the 5 hours or 7 hours that we had back at Sonoma, 6 hours tomorrow, but it really is a test of the drivers as Bellarmine goes off at the tunnel turn. That is a nervous moment. He doesn't spin it around, but Joe, you caught the wiggle there through turn 13, and thankfully he was able to keep it pointed the right direction. Oh, the 77 just hit pit lane behind.
Oh, okay, interesting. So Vaughn taking the opportunity to maybe refresh the fuel himself. Yeah, I was extremely afraid because that corner, when cars get loose and they snap, that wall to the outside is very close. The wall to the inside is very close, and they have to be. It's the tunnel turn because that is where a road goes underneath in a tunnel. They can't really expand the runoff at that point. He's very lucky that he caught it and just ran it through the grass, hopefully without any damage to the nose of the car or the under tray in the process. But I think that is a sign, if any, that the team is indeed pushing.
As we watch them, my curiosity has turned to pit lane, right? I had mentioned the 77 had hit pit road just as we were watching this car have its issue. We got to remember that 59, they hit pit road, what was it, about 2 laps ago, maybe 3 laps ago? Yeah. They kept Alder in the car, to your point. So where did they pop out? I think it was about a 15-second gap at that time.
Trying to see if I can find them on my track map, and I don't see them at the moment, so I don't really have a sense of where they are out there. But Rist has gone by Vaughn, and Gavin is back out on the track itself. So looks like they've finished their the pit stop. I want to say feels quite a bit quicker than Alder, but I don't know what the numbers were exactly. So it could have been roughly the same time.
I'm with you. I thought the exact same thing. I thought the 77 was able to get in and out of the box pretty quickly in comparison. But now that timing and scoring has registered a couple loops, it certainly seems like Alder is pretty much right back on that rear bumper. And I was just noticing some pictures from our racetrack. Joe, a little bit of sunshine peeking through the clouds.
Ah, good sign. That hopefully that means we're out of what potentially could have been rain for a brief moment. We got splashes of raindrops here and there, nothing that really made the track truly wet. We did see some slides, but this could mean that the drivers are home free from here on out to not have to worry about the rain. It is 2 hours left, so it obviously could change out there. This time, Bellarmine going to try and tackle this corner once again. Let's see if this one is a little bit safer as he heads his way up over the hill. Yeah, that car looks more planted to me.
How far can the number 4 go on fuel? Come in? No, he's opting to stay out there on the racetrack because I thought that the 4 and the 77 were matching that pit stop strategy based off of our last Code 60 time and where they were placed out there on the racetrack. But it certainly seems like right now the number 4 is able to extend right now significantly over that Nimbus racing car. So it's probably my mistake on catching when they were in pit lane, probably not together at the same time.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of out here. It certainly seems like Bellarmine able to go quite a bit longer. And will that help them out in the end? Because, again, if you can hold off and utilize a Code 60, that will help you. We've only had 2 so far. Escobar and the Powell Racing number 27 just came in to the pits, but now we're checking in with what is our leader once again. Reed Garton came in to the pits, and that handed over the lead. In fact, I take that back. It's Alsup, currently William Alsup in that car right now. And so Matt Million returns the top. Now, I don't think they had all 3 laps removed or 4 laps removed, because I never saw them go that many laps down from P2. So I don't know what's going on with the penalty situation, frankly.
I don't have an answer for that one either. I've not been making the tally marks with the penalties over here. And it certainly can get a little bit tricky to follow. Especially with basically how they just are subtracting the laps versus having the drive-thrus and whatnot. So I like the technology aspect that we've got here with Zenith Racing Series, right? The Code 60 is a great way to help clean up incidents versus putting a safety car out there, and it can all be done electronically, telling the dash exactly what to do and making sure all the safety and corner workers are on the same page. And race control is essentially doing the same thing with those penalties as well, but just makes it a little bit more tricky for me to follow.
Well, that's our job, to try and bring you the story of this race. So far, it has been a drama-filled race, that is for sure, with lots of twists and turns. It looked pretty straightforward in that first hour, just has taken a lot of left turns that we didn't quite expect, and somehow we wound up with Matt Million back at the front of it anyways. But we knew that they were going to be fast. They were probably going to be the one that were looking to try and take the win. Now, Sloan was worried about the rain a little bit earlier, and she has thankfully managed to find a friend out on the track to help keep her company. Sloan, who have you got?
Hello, guys. I have to say I'm fangirling so hard because I've been to Barber, I think, like 7 or 8 times now, and the closest I've ever been to Georgina is only on this bridge over here, so I've never actually been able to be underneath. That's a really cool thing about this job, is I get to kind of see the ins and outs of the track. But if you guys didn't know, George Barber, who was the owner of the track, I might totally butcher this, so please don't come at me, has so many different sculptures around the track. So obviously we've been talking about the ants. We did try to get a shot over there, but we lost our signal, unfortunately. But we do have Georgina. I believe the one over here is man pushing a rock. We have our sea serpent. There's horsepower, kinetic sculpture, metal flowers, lady in the lake, Charlotte and spiders, the chase, Sasquatch. We have dragons, lions, and tigers, motorcycle gates. We have so many cool art sculptures here that I think just truly make Barber so special. So the sun is out and it's shining for the last 2 hours of the race. It has been such a wonderful day. I'm still fangirling because I'm close to Georgina. Does it look like I'm holding her if I go like this? Oh my God, am I holding her? Let me know. Mom, take a screenshot. Grandma, if you're grateful I get to do this. This is really cool, and I hope you guys are all enjoying the stream and you're making my day so much better. So thanks. Back to you guys.
It would be neat, especially during the race, and to get that close to the track. I'm just glad that they're staying safe, because that is one of the fastest parts down into the braking of turn 5. And I think we might be close to taking a break here. Nope. It looks like we are not taking a break, so we are going to stick with it. We will keep following the racing. Randy Kenny has moved up to the lead as the 4 car has now finally pitted, and Hibbett has hopped into that one, and in fact are dropping down the order. It looks like the 77. Oh, as we got 2 cars off, including the 177, and is that the 77 actually? '27 and the 177 we're hearing. So that's Powell. That's Patrick Powell in the 27, not moving. And the 177 is Pacelli, Anthony Pacelli in that car. But that car got going, and now we have a stationary ZP2. We have a local yellow flag, Joey, but we do not have the code 60 yet.
Yeah, that is going to be tough to kind of turn around. I guess it is still pointed the right direction given everybody else. All right, now it's grabbing a gear. I'm not exactly sure. So this happened down at turn number 5. I was a little confused based off of those angles. I thought this was more down in the 16, 17 section where we've seen some other kind of come-togethers down there. But that was turn number 5 between the Camburn Performance car and the number 27.
If I had to take a guess, I would think that maybe there was a car trying to make a move into that hairpin that was ill-fated, but we don't know. That's speculation. We'll see what information can be found in the meantime to try and clear up what happened. And it does look like there was contact between them because incidents involving the 27 and the 177 is under review. So race control is taking a look at that. We'll see if they have any decisions on that. And the 177 is in pit lane. So I wonder if they're trying to give the car a look over, but they are also still on the podium. They don't want to lose this third spot to Peel in the 9-4 Motorsports car.
And now I'm getting another yellow flag, I believe, over in sector number 2 area. But this is separate from when we had our little turn 5 incident, so maybe something else, or maybe a little bit of a slower car kind of coming back to pit lane after that incident. But talk about a little bit of drama. We've had the 2 code 60s already today, and now some issues down in turn number 5, as I believe this is the 908 car overtaking for the race lead. Sebastian Rist up to the top.
Yeah, we hadn't talked as much about that other than Kenny was leading, but Rist had been running him down, and you're right, that was an overtake for position. So Sebastian Rist, who was leading before, what we thought on maybe a bit of a strategy call, has returned back to that spot. So after things have kind of cycled through, this would make sense if it's strategy-based that they get up to the lead. But again, I'm still kind of in the dark as to who really is in the best position with a little less than 2 hours to go. And they're giving the incident responsibility for that contact down at turn 5 to the 27 Powell Racing Team. Patrick is being docked a lap.
Unfortunate there for the number 27 car. Remember Sloan talking to him early on in the race. Of course, all these drivers so excited to go out there and race at Barber Motorsports Park, but now Powell Racing going to have to overcome that little bit of a penalty after the incident with the Camburn Performance car, the 177 down there in turn number 5. And Joe, I know you had mentioned it. I still see the 177 on pit road as well as the 27 now.
And just as you say that, Pacelli's brought the car back out. So the 177 is returning. Powell took a little bit longer, so he might need some time to get the once-over on the car, or maybe just potentially refuel while they've got it in there anyways. We've continued to keep the cameras on this 908 up at the front of the field. He's already stretched it out to 3 seconds over Randy Kinney, who has just not been able to keep up with Sebastian Rist. Rist definitely, I got to say, even if they did do this on strategy, has been running pretty decent pace out there, and has been, I don't think, I can't recall any real major mistakes out of Sebastian since we've watched him running.
Haven't seen it, no. And I think that automatic racing, I had mentioned it prior, they do such a great job with, call it this format of racing, endurance racing, where you've got multiple drivers, multi-classes out there on the racetrack. They're extremely well-versed in how all of it kind of flows out there. So got a young group of drivers, especially in this car, and they've got a ton of experience on the team side. Not surprised to see the 908 up front, and especially not surprised to see all these young drivers being well coached over there, right? Keep them kind of within the car. Don't let them get too far out there in terms of racing and really exploring the limits out there. They've got plenty of performance potential. Just kind of keep it reined in and see what can do out there on a given weekend. But I think my bigger question of it all is still Stratus Racing. The number 59 car, why was that pit stop so long when they were making up huge amounts of time? Because it essentially set them back again. It's
a good question. We'll see if we can send Sloan on that to get a little bit of info. We do know that at times we've seen some of these NPO1s have some mechanical issues that need to be taken care of, and I wonder if maybe they discovered something or saw something on their readings that they wanted to kind of cover off. Again, I'm speculating here, so I can't confirm whether this would be, but it could be a reason why we saw them have a long stop, and maybe just trying to keep from something becoming worse before it happens out on the track. Regardless, the gap now, I believe, to the leader is showing it about a minute. So I think they are still on the lead lap.
And I feel like that's probably the most important bit, right? They lost the lap early on, and as long as you can recover and be on the lead lap, it at least puts you into a situation that if others have problems, that you are essentially right there in the game. I think I was just expecting, given the lap times that they are able to do in comparison to everybody else, that they would have been up inside the top 3 already. And at one point they were. So I guess, yeah, just a little bit of a question mark as we still are just running our course here through this 5 hours of Barber Motorsports Park here on Saturday, and definitely getting more sunshine, right? It was overcast earlier. I had mentioned that got a little bit of a peak of some sunshine and blue sky, but ever since then, it certainly seems to be beaten down on the racetrack.
Yeah, we're at 23 Celsius. I'll have to get my calculator out on what that translates to freedom units here, but Pacelli doing a good job letting... Yeah. Pacelli doing a good job letting cars by. I kind of wondered if he'd be a little bit nervous after that incident from before, especially with someone looking through the inside of turn 1, but no such dramas there. He still holds on to that 3rd place. We also had a penalty for the 909 car. That's the automatic racing of Charnow in the car, and he has been docked 1 lap as well. For a pit lane speed violation. Actually, that was a pretty significant one. 22 miles an hour over, if I'm seeing that correctly.
Yeah, that is a pretty big one. And remember, I believe it was the 909 and the 177 that had that coming together down there at turn number 5. So probably
it was the 27.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, misspoken there. But yeah, the 909, unfortunately, getting that pit lane speed violation. And sometimes, usually I look towards a driver hopping in the car, Joe, and either clicking the speed limit button because they think it needs to be turned on, or plain and simple forgetting to turn it on.
That's a good point. I know I've had that happen in the sim before, actually, where I thought I was turning it on, getting into the car.
Yeah, and think about it. If you hop into the car, right, and you say, okay, I got to get ready to go out there, and in a practice situation, you click that pit lane speed limiter to make sure that you're on the pit lane speed limiter. But if a driver had just hopped out of the car and it's already on, it could simply be a miscommunication like that.
Got to be on the ball. And I think Round 3 Racing is on the ball for their strategy because Randy Kinney has pitted in. Haven't seen them leave yet. I wonder if this will be a driver change. But they are now behind Alder in that 5 car. So the 59 gets 1 back after their longer-ish pit stop. Still haven't gotten close to this 908 who leads the way for automatic racing. Currently, at the least. Hour and 45 minutes left to go. So everything could still change. If you're wondering about the other classes, Million in the 95-94 Motorsports car is still leading that class. And then it is Zerbuchen who is leading down in the ZR3s for the 392 Harrison Motor team. And it does look like Randy Kinney stayed in the car this time as he emerges.
Since you were talking about the other classes, that ZR3 class with Zerbuchen down there, a healthy lead, right? About 3 or 4 laps to that second place car. And the same thing in that ZR2 class, Matt Million, about 2 laps ahead of that Retro Rockets number 41 machine. So really the race is on here for this ZP2 class. And if I learned anything from about a month ago at our first couple rounds over at Sonoma, here in the remaining hour and 45 minutes, these top 3 cars could not even finish in the top 3 podium spots. We could have 4th, 5th, and 6th all of a sudden jump their way up. There has been a lot of change and adversity out there in those couple of rounds out there on the West Coast, and there's no reason to believe that it can't happen again.
I'm completely with you. I think that you have got to really be on top of things for the remainder of today if you want to come home with some hardware. And I'm pretty sure the 908 team knows that, the 77, the 4 does. 59 sure knows that after they've already found themselves struggling to get back into the fight. But credit to them. I mean, they have had a rocket ship out there and have really run things down in an impressive way up to this point. There is the number 5 with Kenny back out on circuit now, running in 5th place. I think they might be on the lead lap, but I'm not sure. I think my timing and scoring might be lying to me on that one as we take a turn to Rist once again as he catches up to our leader in the ZR2s, Max Million, who's been playing quite nicely with the traffic, frankly, and just making sure to give them the space they need when they come up to the rear bumper.
About the performance differences between these two cars. You saw that BMW really stretch its legs going down into this corner. And then the little NPO1 makes up a ton of time in the braking zones and through the corner. And then it's kind of the same story right here. Look at this BMW actually stretch it out down this straightaway towards the museum corner. And then this small little prototype is able to just carry huge amounts of speed, and you get that big accordion effect where it really shrinks up in the corners and then starts to maybe grow just a touch down these straightaways. But the benefit about Barber Motorsports Park is that you don't have any hugely long straightaways, so it's just these ZP2 cars inching their way closer to the ZR2.
And looking at the best lap times for each of them, the 95 car at 32.7, as there he goes, there's that downforce helping him out. Whereas the fastest for the 908 machine is a 31.6. So that's about 1.1 seconds quicker, it looks like, for the NPO1, which is enough, but usually prototypes and GT cars have a little bit more of a spread. And like we said, it makes for a very interesting dynamic for them out there. And I do want to give a lot of credit to the drivers. I feel like we've seen relatively few dramas between the GT cars and the ZP2s throughout today's race. We had the one that had a penalty down in turn 5 there a bit ago, but other than that, I'm trying to recall any time that they've actually had any sort of contact like that.
I'm with you. I have to chuckle a little bit over here because we've only had, I think, between Sonoma and today, 2 incidents between different classes, right? ZP2 on ZR2 crime. And unfortunately, I do feel bad. It's been the Camburn performance car both times, that blue Jannetta that's kind of been on the wrong end of the stick both times. Yeah. And wrongly done. They were wrongly done at Sonoma, and then obviously the penalty here for the other car as well. So just really unfortunate.
Yeah, and I'm glad you point that out too, because it's easy to say, well, they're the common thread in it. Yeah, but they didn't get either of the penalties, so you can't really blame them for the problems they've been experiencing. But sometimes racing involves a little bit of luck, and you don't always have that luck. We've seen drivers and teams in the past that have technically everything that you would think would make for a winning team, and it just doesn't seem to add up for them and go their way. But we're waiting to see whether or not Rist can add this up to a victory, as they took their pit stop some laps ago, maybe about 15 to 20 minutes ago at this stage, and they're just plugging along with a gap of about 3.5 seconds over Gavin Vaughn in the 77, which actually might be a battle we want to turn to, because I just noticed that Hibbett is only half a second behind.
I think it's actually those two cars that are just basically on the top end of the screen, because it's only about 3.5 seconds back. And so that was riding on board with Matt Millian, who I believe is right in the middle of that battle, probably separating those two ZP2 cars. But you're right, Vaughn and Hibbett, they've both been turning 132.0 or low lap times. Sebastian Rist, our leader out front, the last time a 134.1. And actually, here comes those two cars, I believe, right here, Joe.
Yep, that I believe is correct. Actually, no, that was two different ones, I think.
Man, sometimes trying to find them can be a little bit of a challenge. I think that this is Alder getting by one of the lapped cars, because that looks like the 59.
Yes, you're right.
Sebastian
that is
Rist
the 59.
Is on pit lane.
Okay, so this changes it a little bit, as Vaughn is now your leader, but that means that Hibbett in the number 4 is now trying to chase for the lead. That's the round 3 racing car, that number 4, the 77 of Vaughn. I'm actually trying to recall, I think. Whoa, as we got a spin! That's the number 3 going off at turn 1, full 360, and thankfully is able to keep going. That's John McClintock, who does a very good job gathering that back up and is able to get going immediately.
Yeah, that's that same car that had an issue on the first lap or first couple laps down there at turn number 2 area. Great job there from John to essentially spin it around 360 and keep on going.
Could have been a whole lot worse. Like we said, that's such a fast turn that you could chuck it into the barriers pretty easily. This is on board with Vaughn now. So our new leader, with only a half a second to spare behind him. Fortunately, we don't have a rear perspective here from the onboard, but the timing and scoring tells the story. You can see up on the left-hand side of your screen that he is being hunted by the round 3 racing team.
There we get the shots of it on screen here. The 77 has really kind of been the stalwart out front. There has been a couple different leaders, like we've been watching the number 908, but the 77 car has really been the pace setter. He's going to try to go around the outside of another car in class, putting them a lap down. That might spell a little bit of trouble for Hibbett. He's going to have to try to go around the outside of what is turn number 2 and 3. Definitely a much longer corner than turn number 1, and Hibbett's going to get hung out to dry, lose a ton of time to the 77.
This has got to be frustrating, because that's their teammate in the 5. That's round 3 racing that is just not playing ball, unfortunately. Eventually they'll be able to get past, and well, we've seen those headlights flashing from that car, just from a different driver before.
Certainly have, and the urgency, right? The urgency from the number 4 car to get up and through the field, that has kind of been a common theme with those drivers, and they know that they're fast.
I think they might have to replace that headlight button after this race. He's been on it so much over the course of it. It hasn't been Hibbett who's in there right now. It was mostly down to Belleman, who was doing everything he could. And actually, I believe we saw him pass that 77 on track before, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
He was ahead of him.
We have seen that. Yes, we've seen this battle before. You are correct.
So now he's got to do it all over again, albeit a different driver needs to make the overtake, but it is still Vaughn who was up there before. Gavin has the practice playing defense. He knows how to keep a quick car behind. And that skill, no doubt, sharpened by a long stint being put under so much pressure. As we're getting down to about 90 minutes to go here, so it's coming down to the end of it. We keep wondering whether or not the 59 will get back into the hunt. If I'm seeing correctly, they might actually, well, they were in range, but again, my timing and scoring is showing things a little bit wonky right here. So I'm not sure if they're 5 seconds behind or farther than that.
It's been a little bit of a yo-yo on that timing and scoring. I always am trying to calculate some of these times that are kind of further back, call it 3rd, 4th, 5th, and I haven't been able to come up with Joe, a solid method to really for sure check. I think that your method with the marching ants is a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 59's not showing up on my marching ants, so it's not really working to find it out. But I think Alder is in range. Yeah, it's more consistently staying about that 5 seconds behind them. So once we get one of these longer shots, we'll have to look for that black and yellow car that might be within touching distance pretty soon. This is the battle for the lead right now, but it might be interrupted because the fastest of anybody all race long has been that 59 and most definitely Alder of that crew.
The only car that's really been able to turn sub 131 with that 1 minute 30.4 lap time. So it wasn't even like it was a 0.8 or a 0.9. It was 0.6 to the good there in the 130 bracket. And you got to wonder how much Hibbett and Vaughn are going to be looking in the mirror now for that number 59 car. I'm with you. It kind of flip-flops between being really close and being pretty far away, but if the trend has shown us one thing, is that Stratus racing car has been one of the fastest on the racetrack all race long. They just haven't had the track position.
I'd be so on the fence on whether you tell Camden Hibbett that car is coming. Yes, it is 5 seconds. That is him. I can't confirm visual now. That is the 5 to 6 seconds that we've been seeing on our timing, and Alder is coming. But yeah, if you're on the box for Camden Hibbett, you want him to try and get by Vaughn, but I feel like I'd want him to focus on Vaughn right now. I don't think I'd want to distract him and say, hey, yeah, fastest driver out there is starting to reel you in. Before this starts to get any more heated up, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with our final section of round 3 in the Zenith Racing Series here at Barber. And with that, it looks like our lead has changed as Alder has moved past Vaughn. So the 59, after many moments out in the wilderness, has found themselves returning to the top spot. Jason Alder did yeoman's work out there. If we had a driver of the race, Joey, I feel like Jason deserves it today.
He has been putting in one heck of a stint, and it's not even this stint. It was the prior stint as well. Just really through the middle half of this race and has taken control once again for Stratus Racing. Got to remember, this was the car that was sitting in second place early on at a one-lap penalty that had to claw their way back. They did have the lead very briefly at the beginning. They've been one of the fastest cars in terms of speed and pace, and now they find their way back to the top.
Yep, they are sharing that one with Clay McGurk as well. So Alder probably going to be handing that one over at some point. Clay himself pretty darn fast too, so I don't think he'll be too shabby once they throw him into the car. And they don't have any drive time limits in this series, so he might not, if they feel like Jason can handle going to the finish. And he has done a good job, but I feel like he has earned a little bit of a respite by this point. The gap already growing over Gavin Vaughn up to nearly 2 seconds. And I don't think that second place is necessarily safe for the Nimbus Racing team. Camden Hibbett is only back by about 1.5 seconds themselves.
It has been a kind of a revolving door of who wants to lead this thing, who wants to be inside the top three. And Joe, that goes to all the names that you were just mentioning, right? There's been so many of the fast cars that have swapped positions up to second, up to third. Camden Hibbett currently sitting there in third place for round 3 racing. And it's time to kind of put the money on the racetrack right now. Got an hour and 15 minutes left. Gonna have to stop for fuel at least once more. Which one of these teams can put it all together?
I'd have to go and check my notes. How long? Do you remember how long we said these NPO ones were able to go? Because we almost need to start doing the backtracking to figure out who has made their final stop and can get to the end from here. Because I think that's what it might come down to. We had almost a chance of a code 60 because the 14 had stopped over at turn 7. They carried on during the break, but we've only seen, I think it's 3. Is it 2 or 3 today that we've had?
We've had the 2 code 60s so far. Although, Joe,
yes.
Counting past 2 for me can be tough.
I have my days as well, unfortunately. And these drivers, thankfully, can count a lot higher because, my goodness, they have already got 137 laps in, thanks to the fact that it is only those 2 code 60s so far in this race. Interesting cutback there from Jason Alder, as he has to almost weave his way past some of the GT traffic up over the tunnel turn. But it is not slowing him down by any stretch of the imagination. Matt Million has since been in pit lane, and we know they've already changed tires once. They did it twice last time as well at one of the races back in Sonoma, so I don't know if they're going to be doing that again this time. Colin Garrett, though, is currently in the car. He's just been swapped out by Matt Million, and they are showing that they will actually return in the lead from what I can see.
I can say that 9-4 Motorsports car that you were just mentioning is back out there on the racetrack, actually heading down towards turn number 5. As soon as you had mentioned Matt Million, I went and found his onboard camera, and they were already rolling out onto pit exit. So I think that answers your question of the tires.
Oh, and Hibbett just took second away from Vaughn. So after leading maybe only 3 or 4 laps ago, the 77 team has been dropping. The good news for them, Max Opolsky, who's hopped into the 908, is about 20 seconds back. So it'll take a while if they are caught by that other machine for them to be overtaken. But it has not been a very good stint for Gavin Vaughn.
Sometimes it's about keeping it together in one piece, though. Maybe you don't have the pace in the car. Maybe you just feel like you're a little off a little bit in comparison to everybody else. And I think, what does that make you do as a driver? It makes you drive in a little bit harder into the corners and say, you know what, I can do it. And sometimes, Joe, that's when things start to unravel, is trying to ask more out of the driver or the car than what they can do.
Do not overdrive the car. You got to do what is possible. And I think that's exactly what Alder has done. He has pretty much found the limit of this NPO1, and nobody else has been able to get close to that today. He's already up to 4.2 seconds, to tell you, of his pace after he made that pass. I don't think they're even looking over their shoulder at this point. It is just forward facing and push as hard as you can for that Stratus Racing team. They want to take a win. They know they've got the pace to take a win. And so far, they've overcome the adversity that they've experienced. We've got another penalty, it looks like, this time for refueling with engine on. That's for the car 57. They get a 1 lap taken away for them.
And that's the other Stratus Racing car, but they are a lot of laps down, so it's kind of a non-issue. Remember, you had just mentioned Camden Hibbett going by Gavin Vaughn out there on the racetrack. What was that, about 2 or 3 laps ago now? I went back and found that pass, and it was quite a racecraft move from Camden Hibbett. It was Vaughn that was passing cars down in turn number 1, 2, down in that Alabama roller coaster, and we've seen multiple times today where multi-class traffic can affect passing, and that's exactly what happened, and Hibbett took advantage of it. That's how he got second.
Been some really sneaky passes throughout today, that's for sure. I like what I'm seeing, though, is drivers using their brains out there to get the overtakes done. Sometimes it isn't just your raw speed, but how clever you can be on the circuit that'll decide whether you take a win. Max Sapolsky, though, taking a personal best right now. In fact, just did take a personal best, a 31.0 I'm seeing. So the 908 might actually be picking it up to catch up to Gavin Vaughn. We'll see whether or not that 20-second gap can come down to something within reach of the Automatic Racing team.
Okay, so you had asked about fuel maybe a few minutes ago, and I totally got sidetracked over here. I did have a note about that number 908 car, the Automatic Racing car. When it was out front and when it came into pit road was 1 hour and 38 minutes to go. I would expect that would have been their second to last stop. They're going to obviously have to stop one more time, but if we're going to try to pay attention to strategy, I've started to take notes on that Automatic Racing car.
Good point. Okay. Oh, and there we go. Alder's pitting in. Now, will they switch him out with McGurk? Because, man, what a race that has been up to this point as we hop on board. We'll watch and see, and then I think we're going to be heading off to Sloan in a little bit here as she's got another driver that she's going to be chatting with, but that will give the lead back to Camden Hibbett. Gavin Vaughn moves up into second. In fact, there you can see the returned leaders once again.
An hour, and I mean, call it by the time they get back out there on the racetrack, should probably be about 1 hour and 7 minutes and change out there. I certainly think that it's doable. However, it does seem maybe a touch long, doesn't it?
It feels like it to me, and we're going to watch and see whether or not we get a different driver in there. I'm waiting for a signal. It looks like, there it is. As we are told, we are ready to go down to Sloan for another stint with Sloan.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to a stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of their cockpit for a seat I bought at Target for $20 that's currently deflating as we speak. And unfortunately, this time I have the deflating seat. So that's not how it's supposed to go, but here we are. I'm here with Daniel Escobar of Powell Racing. Daniel, how you doing today?
It was good. I just got out of the car about 25 minutes ago. I had a really good time. I just kept getting more confident lap after lap.
At one point, there was 4 of us prototype cars together, and it was just a blast going back and forth. It's my first time here at this track, so yeah, I'm super happy with my stint, and I think I can do a lot better tomorrow.
Awesome. So how long have you been racing for?
Been racing for about 3 years. Done a lot of champ car races back at home at Harris Hill Raceway. Shout out to everybody, Harris Hill. So I'm used to Miatas. I'm used to slower cars. So this is a whole different beast. It's my first time racing the prototype cars, and it's so fun. I mean, when I got out of the car, my hands were just shaking because it's so intense. And driving out there for an hour, 20 minutes, it's pretty intense around here. It's a really fun track, though.
Yeah, definitely. The chat has been going off just supporting you guys. It's honestly unreal to be able to see all those comments and to have, so many fans supporting you. So, I mean, what do you do to kind of get ready for a race, especially knowing all your fans are watching?
Well, shout out to everybody, all my friends watching from home. Thank you for supporting. I really appreciate it. I actually work in racing. I work at a racetrack, and I work for Radical Cup Series. I've worked with Emma Adams, our series manager. I work with her in Formula One events, doing support paddocks. I've been in race control radio with her before. So yeah, and what I do to get prepared is just go work out after work. I like mountain biking a lot, hitting the gym, hitting the sauna. Gotta hit the sauna with my boy Kyle, 15 minutes. Yeah, that's really about it.
That's awesome. So, okay, you're very interesting. So you work in racing and you race. Do you ever get sick of racing?
No, I don't. I live and breathe this stuff. So even though I'm at a racetrack 5 times a week, I never get tired of it. I'm super lucky to do what I do for a living, and super grateful for Power Racing for allowing me to come here and race with Preston and Rachel, the whole crew. They've been great. Yeah.
What'd you have for lunch?
Some crackers, some cheese. I had some fruit earlier up there. I didn't really know when I was going to get in the car. We were still kind of figuring out who was going to go second. But now I should probably go have a proper lunch.
Yeah, I mean, it's about 3:50. That's kind of the schedule that I feel like I'm on. I have cheese and crackers, but I would think for an athlete, you wouldn't just have cheese and crackers today. What do you want for dinner?
I had a good breakfast burrito, so we started off good, and then just kind of snacking and drinking a lot of water before I got in the car, because I don't want to eat too much, and then you're coming down turn 1, and your stomach drops, and yeah. So I don't know where we're going, but hopefully somewhere good.
Yeah, I hope so. All right, to wrap it up, tell me, what is one thing that you would say to the viewers at home? Somebody who wants to get into racing, someone who's got aspirations of being a driver one day or just being involved in motorsports. What would you say to them?
Just go out to your local racetrack and meet as many people as you can possibly can. And you never know if the next person you meet is going to get you a job or a seat in a race car. Obviously, it does take money to go racing, so save your money. And yeah, don't spend all of it on going racing.
Spend your money on going racing. You heard it here first, folks. Thank you so much, Daniel. We're wishing you guys the best of luck out there.
Thank you, Sloan.
All right, back to you guys.
I finally figured out my problem and why I didn't become a race car driver, Joe.
Did you not save your pennies, Joe?
Not to become a race car driver. So yeah, it's I should have saved it for racing. But regardless, we did get some information behind the scenes, though. It sounds like you've caught some interesting info from the chat about some of our Ginettas.
Yeah, just over on YouTube chat. First of all, shout out to everybody that's watching the race, watching the stream over on YouTube. Got some info over there that the number 290 Ginetta looks like they're going to be able to repair it, and hopefully they'll be back out racing tomorrow, which is fantastic news.
We want to see more variety of cars out there, more cars out there in general. It would be enjoyable. This is our leader in the meantime, Camden Hibbett, in the 4, ever since we had the 59 take their pit stop. They currently sit behind the leader by about a minute or so and are trying to make that gap back up once again. But Gavin Vaughn, who lost at the time what was second, lost that position, has now led to them effectively losing what could have been the lead. I'm not sure if Gavin is maybe regretting losing that spot to Camden, but he's at least been keeping him within range, and the number 4 is not exactly run away.
It's included the 77 turning some of its fastest laps, though, ever since the number 4 got by. So kind of to your point, is it Vaughn regretting that Hibbett was able to get by and so he's turned it up a little bit, or is it plain and simple that the number 4 has got a little bit more pace out front and Vaughn has now picked up on some of those tricks after being parked directly behind that rear spoiler there of that round 3 racing car? Either way, 77 hasn't gone anywhere, so the race is on.
Credit to the teams and drivers. We've lost a couple out there of our 20 starters, but we do still have 16 of them running. So after 4 hours of racing, we've only lost the 777 team, the 57, the 555, and the 70 team. The 70, unfortunately, only getting to go out for about 5 laps before they ran into issues. Some traffic once again, offering opportunities as the second in the ZR2s tries to stay out of the way, that number 41. And then it looks like one of our other ZR2 cars also trying to hold off to the side. Both of our ZP2s managing to overtake before they get to the corner, but it doesn't give Gavin Vaughn what he was probably hoping for, and he still isn't within striking distance.
I was getting a little antsy there because how many times have we seen this race where the multi-class traffic can definitely affect the passes on the racetrack? And I know that we didn't catch it live, but that's exactly how Camden Hibbett got this pass, got this position, was because of others out there on the racetrack and taking advantage of an open door. So it certainly seemed like things were closing in on the front straightaway, but maybe something happened in turn number 5 because the 77 car all of a sudden has lost a ton of ground, now up to, call it 25, 30 car lengths in opening.
Certainly is looking pretty good at this stage. Also interesting that Randy Kenny's car has wound up down in 5th. I know at one point they were leading this race as well. I do love that it has stayed as close as it has this deep into the run. And did I just see Vaughn dash in? Yes, Vaughn is now missing. So Gavin Vaughn has pitted, and this could be the last one. We were just talking about that, Joey. This could take them to the finish.
I wonder if the bobble and the track position lost was because of the fuel, if they were cutting it that close on fuel. And they've pitted now with 60 minutes remaining, but remember, they still got to trundle down pit road. They're just now getting stopped in the box. They're going to fill this thing up with fuel. So actually, by the time it goes back out there, you're going to be looking at, call it 58 and a half minutes. I much more like these chances than what was it, about an hour 9, hour 10 minutes to go for the 59?
Yeah, I do too. I feel like trying to extend certainly helped them on that front. We'll see if it's enough to be a race-winning strategy. That's the big question mark that we're all looking to answer. Also want to say that in terms of drivers' comfort, I noticed that we're down to under 70% humidity out there. Remember, it started about 85%, so it is at least eased up on that front. It hasn't gotten a whole lot hotter. It seems like it's been pretty decent conditions out there if you're a spectator, but I'm sure for the drivers, it at times has been a little bit sticky inside the cockpit. We watch the 4 continue on for another lap. Camden will not join on the strategy in pitting with Vaughn, who did get overtaken by Alder, and that's the other thing that we have to remember in all this equation, is that 59 has at times been so fast that we can't count out whether they are in the winning strategy.
Well, you brought up exactly what I wanted to talk about, and where is the 59 in regards to this battle that we saw leading, right? So it was the 4 and the 77 that we visually saw fighting for the lead, because the 59 had already come in. They'd already taken fuel, and now that you had mentioned it, they're about 13 seconds in front of that 77 that had just come down pit road. Now, can the 59 make it to the end on fuel? That is the biggest question mark. And that was a little bit of a wiggle there on the straightaway. I wonder if the number 4 car is also trying to push it as far as they possibly can on fuel.
Let's see if they come in this time. Ethan Barker, by the way, hopped in for that 77 team. So I think he's going to wrap this one up after Gavin Vaughn put in quite the effort out there. Yeah, I know sometimes we were saying he didn't seem to have the pace, but remember that defense that he put on for so long during one of his stints. I think he has done a fantastic job out on the track. This is the pit entry, and no, they will carry on for one more lap. So whatever that wiggle was, they don't seem to be concerned about fuel, at least to carry on one more time.
And it could have been something not even related to fuel. It's just that's where my brain went, is that we're talking about strategy. We just saw 2 of the other lead cars come down for fuel for what we think is their last stop out there on the racetrack. And you got to think that the number 4 also has their pit stop coming here pretty shortly. And then the other question is the 908, right? That's the automatic racing car. I had taken notes. They last pitted with an hour and 38 minutes remaining. So I think that the 908 will probably be the last of this bunch to pit, but how little fuel can they pack on board? Remember, all these cars, they have to fill it all the way up with fuel to make it to the end. If you can stretch it another 20 minutes, you don't have to take on as much fuel. That's a track position leapfrog.
That's a good point. I do see we've got one of our GT cars refueling out on the lane. I think that might be the 85 of Manley that is getting fuel. They're currently sitting on the podium for the ZR3 class, and they should hopefully be able to get back out there. They're definitely working the cars, because we don't see it on our feed right now, but I can tell you behind the scenes that the brakes on that 85 are smoking currently.
And Barber, kind of what you're talking about with the brake smoking, there's not a whole lot of straightaway, right? So the brake temperature stays up. Lots of smaller, call it medium usage of the brake pedal around here. And especially even coming into pit road, you're heavy on the brakes coming around that corner. And look at this, another fight for the lead. The 4 car trying to get through here. And I'm sorry, the 77 he's trying to put a lap on the 77. That's where I was getting confused with it. Trying to defend from going a lap down.
Exactly. I was going to say the tables have turned in a big way, and now Barker is having to pick it up because he does not want to lose that. Now, again, we don't have quite the same situation that you normally would have with safety cars. The Code 60 doesn't trap you a lap down in quite the same fashion, but you really don't want to allow that 4 car to get the edge over you in this situation. If you can hold them up, that could pay dividends later on down the line. So I don't think we'll see Ethan Barker be quite so kind about allowing Hibbett to just overtake him.
Spot on with that point about the track position too. Got to remember that these cars were pretty much nose to tail when that 77 opted to come in and get their fuel for the rest of the race, or what we think is the rest of the race. So the more 77 can prevent the 4 from turning fast, clean laps out there, that is essentially protecting their position, their battle. We'll just have to see how everything cycles out, because the 4 has to take fuel. The 908 has to take fuel. The question marks, I guess, are the ones that have already come down pit road, and that's the 59 and the 77.
Also, Max Sapolsky just set his personal best lap, 31.0, which is pretty fast. In fact, I think that was the fastest of anybody in this top ZP2 group last time by. So suddenly picking it up there in P2, except unfortunately for them, they're, I don't believe, very close to Camden Hibbett right now. So they're not really a threat for overtaking for track position, at least currently. That could all change around. We're down less than an hour left to go. Colin Garrett still remains in that 95 car. I'll see whether or not Million hops back in. I think we might be getting to chat with him in the near future. We'll see whether or not that comes true. And then, of course, Zerbukin in the 392. Well, I was about to say that they're still leading the way, but they are just pitting. I don't think they'll lose the lead, but this should be their last to take them to the finish as well.
And to report on that, I don't think that they should lose the lead either. They've got, call it about 9 laps from what I see. On second place right now in that ZR3 class. So as long as it is a routine pit stop, Zerbukin and company with Harrison Motorsports down there should resume out on the racetrack in that class lead. This number 4 car overall leader is still getting held up from the 77, and he's starting to get frustrated, showing the nose down into turn number 1, was nowhere near making a lunge, but they are letting him know, hey, this is the race lead that I've got right here. I am urgent. I need to get around right now.
This is feeling very familiar. The same song, different verse sort of scenario between these two cars. But again, different drivers that we see competing compared to a couple of the different fights that we have watched today. Sad news for fans of the 9.4 machine, the 94. They have taken the car behind the wall. It has been contrasting fortunes between teammates there, because it's been nothing but bad luck, it feels like, for the 94, whereas the 95 has only rarely been out of the lead.
9.4 Motorsports, of course, with both of those cars that you were just mentioning out there. And then also doing all of that development work, right? With those tires and going through the different tires and whatnot, that entire program to really figure out all these different classes of cars and how they kind of fit into one another and go out there racing on the track.
Sounds like we have got Sloan, and talking about that 95 team, she has caught up with Matt Million.
Feeling overall not so bad. Did 2 full stints today, so that equated out to about 2.5 hours, about half the race. And Colin Garrett's in the car now for the last hour and a bit, so he's going to finish it up. And yeah, I mean, really, it's been a pretty good day. Definitely some good data learned through the tires. We started off on our Yokohamas and thought we were going to take them longer than we actually did, and we were pretty much burning the fronts off the car in about 2-3 hours. So we had to pull those off. We did a full set of Continentals on the car, which is going to take us to the finish. Yeah, overall, good day. Pretty smooth. Can't say enough about 9.4 and the job that they're doing for our pit stops and the car's reliability, and just having a lot of fun.
Was it 94 that just went behind the wall?
Yes.
Okay, so 94 behind the wall. Can you kind of talk about that?
Yeah, I don't know too much about the 94 right now, other than something's heating up and they got to let it cool down so that they can hopefully get it across the line later.
Okay, well, we're wishing for the best of luck for them. Tell me really quickly, what did you have for lunch?
I had a Subway wrap, I think, and a lot of electrolyte drinks. Nothing too heavy, just light carby, maybe just a little bit of protein. Just enough to kind of fuel myself for an hour-long stint at a time, because it's pretty humid, pretty physical track, so I'm a little beat up right now.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I know you said in the morning you were drinking coconut water and everything like that, so the coconut water hasn't worked?
I think it did work, because honestly in the car I felt good start to finish, and then the adrenaline wears off and you're like, yeah, my everything's a little sore, so we'll rebound.
All right, well, that sounds good. Well, thank you for your time, and I hope that you rebound and that you come back tomorrow feeling good.
Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Sloan. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that can get rid of the hurt that can happen inside of a race car, unfortunately, but it's a pain we love. And in the meantime, before we switched over to that, we were watching this, where no, it's not a fight for position currently, but that is Camden Hibbett in the yellow and white, and that is Ethan Barker, who is in the purple and black. Now, Ethan is a lap down, if you're just joining us, but he was fighting with position, or with the for position, I should say. just moments ago before he made a pit stop. And we're waiting for that 4 car to pit in. So this is important that he's holding him back. In fact, he's holding him back so much that I think some of the other lapped cars are trying to get through on Camden. Whoa. That car getting a little bit sideways there.
Yeah, and he definitely got a little bottled up going through that 10-11 complex, and I think now they're taking that opportunity to say, you know what, there's a lot of racing going on right in front of my windshield. It's time to hit pit road. Let's get this thing full of fuel, and they've stopped now with 47 minutes remaining.
Theoretically, they should emerge close to each other, but it depends on if the pit stop is about the same, and it also depends on, I think, whether or not Barker is going to really get by this car quickly. This is not for position. This is him trying to lap a car.
Yeah, and this is the other round 3 racing car, so they could definitely make life very difficult here on the 77. They left room at Apex, but I expect them to race it all the way out to the museum corner and force the 77 to have to do this the long way. After all, it was the 77 giving their teammates the hard time for the previous few laps.
That's a good point. I didn't even think about that. And it didn't hold him up too much, but definitely did not make the run through the hairpin all that easy. The car behind, I think it's the 909, Wilmot in that machine right now, and has certainly looked a lot quicker than what we saw earlier in the race, trying to unlap themselves at these late stages. That's Colin Garrett just in front, teammate to Matt that we were just seeing a conversation with. So this is the lap. This is going to make the decision. Oh, but Hibbett is already out on track. Hibbett is out way ahead of Barker, so that is working beautifully for the 4 team. Unfortunately for them, they are behind Opalski, but I think they owe us a stop too.
The 908 should have to stop again. It's just a matter of when and how little fuel they need to actually put on board. I think the 909 car just is in front of this number 3, and you were mentioning that's Pat Wilmot behind the wheel. Didn't recognize him from out at Sonoma, but Pat's one of these drivers that has a lot of experience in some upper forms of motorsports, especially in GT4 competition. So he is definitely a racer, and now that he's in that 909, he's showing exactly how fast that thing is out there, albeit the entry being a handful of laps down.
Yeah, the 909s had some issues. I believe that they had to get some repairs done. And then, of course, I think there was some penalties. I'll double check on that they also experienced. But they're trying to make up for it as best they can. This is your current leader on screen. The other of that automatic racing team, ZP2 stable, of Max Opalski, now in that car, leading by, shows at 16.9 seconds. But I don't think that it's going to be that number 4 that is going to be inheriting the lead pretty soon. If I'm going on Jason Alder's pace earlier on, he's within a second of Camden Hibbett. And that's no shade to Camden Hibbett. That is Jason Alder just being of incredible stock today.
131.1 that last time by. And to put that into perspective for everybody else, there is only one other car that has turned a lap time that is faster than a 131.1, right? It is them, and then I believe it is the number 4 car out there that turned a 131.0. So they are turning laps consistently right now in the middle of their fuel stint, faster than anybody else has gone as their fastest lap of the entire race.
Which means they are going to be difficult to hold behind, but if those fastest laps are anything to go by, that does mean that Camden should have the wherewithal to try and rebuff his advances. So I'm eager to see how that fight starts to play out while we wait for Opalski to pit in, and then it'll become who will be our leader for the final stint. Definitely didn't wind up being the 77, unfortunately, who we thought would be about equal to Camden, but it was just such a good pit stop for that 4 team that they have managed themselves. There is that battle. This is for second, but we believe in the end this should be the battle for the win.
so close on the racetrack right here. We're going to see what the 59 can do. This is probably its toughest competition that it's seen ever since the beginning of the race. And Camden Hibbett has been no slouch in traffic. So I think if the windshield is clean out the number 4, it might spell trouble. But if we have lots of other class cars, Camden Hibbett's going to try to take advantage as he gets a run Alder around the outside. And the number 4 car lifts out of it, moves Stratus Racing up into second.
Unbelievable stuff. I know we've said it a bunch of times, but for those that are tuning in, this 59 car was put a lap down due to a penalty. They've driven their way back to the front. These other cars around them did not get penalties. And it has mostly been this driver, Jason Alder, who has done the work out there. And certainly looks like he is going to take them to the finish. He deserves to celebrate if they can come home with the win after this one. We still need that 908 car to pit before he's officially in the lead, but I think that was a race-winning move.
Well, Joe, we were also second-guessing this 59. If he doesn't have to stop again, it's a race-winning move, right?
That's
but
true.
An hour and 10 minutes is when they were on pit road last time. So if they can make it an hour and 10 minutes on fuel, that is probably a race-winning move. But I think that is the giant question mark that is hovering above this car.
I had lost sight of that. Thank you. It's, they are really pushing it up against what's possible. Are they able to be both this fast and save enough fuel? Or potentially, are they able to be this fast, stretch away, take a little splash at the end, and come away with the victory? Because that is another possibility.
And that's probably what I would be thinking is going to happen. But my goodness, that's a long time on a pit lane speed limiter and to get some fuel just to splash it to the end.
It would once again take a lot of those purple laps that we were seeing earlier in this race to probably make it stick. We haven't seen them show up. Remember, these are the same tires they started this race on. In fact, they're the same tires that they qualified on. They have had to nurse these things to get to the finish. But so far, so good. In fact, I can't recall seeing any tire problems here at Barber up to this point. And there are definitely some very extended medium speed corners that are going to be torturing them.
I see some questions over in YouTube chat asking about the 177. That's that Camburn Performance Janetta that's out there in that ZR2 class. They're currently sitting in third place right now. A few laps out of the lead. 151 laps for the number 95, and Camburn is down there at 147 laps. And Joe, it was that 177 that had that little bit of an incident down in turn number 5 with one of the prototypes too. They were kind of on the wrong end of the stick, which I think kind of pushed them down maybe a little bit further than what they are.
Yeah, they probably lost a good 30 seconds to a minute probably trying to get that car going again. The good news for those fans that are asking, I believe they are locked into the podium because the 94 has been sent behind the wall many laps ago. They're still showing back there in the garages currently. So unless they came out pretty much right now, I don't think they would be able to make up the laps to catch Pacelli. So Pacelli, at worst, is going to finish on the podium today in the ZR2 class.
And there's that car actually on screen right there as the 59 car slides down to the inside of turn number 16. But there's that blue Janetta 177 out there cranking away some laps. So this is the 59. They're currently sitting in second place, approximately 16 seconds behind the automatic racing entry driven by Max Opalski. Ooh, that's going to cost them a little bit of time right there, just getting the line taken away up at the top of the Alabama roller coaster as they were trying to really roll the speed through turn 2 and 3. We know that the automatic racing entry owes us a pit stop. It's just a matter of how short they can make that pit stop. The number 4 car should be good on fuel, and it still questions this number 59. I think that if they can make it to the end from where they stopped, this is the greatest strategy call of the race so far. It's just that question mark. Can they do it?
And for that 908 team, on your point about how much they need, they're getting close to only needing, about half a tank here, essentially. So that's looking at least decently well in terms of getting in and getting out. They just need to execute the stop as well as possible and not have any sort of delays. Don't get any penalties as well in the process. And where would they wind up? They probably, I think, would be somewhere around fourth, maybe behind Barker, if I'm seeing.
And Joe, thank you for tapping me on the shoulder there and reminding me about my notes. This is why I was terrible in school. But so Automatic Racing, they stopped with 1 hour and 38 minutes to go. That's when they last came into pit road. So that is, call it 1 hour and 1 minute from right now, and they are still turning laps. You copy that data over to the 59, maybe that hour 9 minutes, hour 10 minutes isn't so far out of the ballpark.
Good point. Okay. So that gives us a little bit more of enlightenment as to the picture of what's happening out there on the track. We saw, this is pretty close to what we saw happen over at Sonoma as well. It was kind of a question mark of, okay, who can get to the end? How much fuel are they going to have to take to try and wrap it up to give us the picture of who is going to win this one? And the eyes have been here on that 59 car, wondering whether or not they can get to the end. We're starting to think that they might be able to do it, but it's still uncertain. So we have to hold on tight, and we have to watch with bated breath to see whether or not Jason Alder can not just be fast, but be light-footed.
Going around this technical sector number 3 right here. Well, one thing's for sure, and I mean, you've been pounding it into everybody's head. Same thing that I've been doing here, especially the last, call it 2 hours, is that Alder has just been a model of consistency out there. I mean, there's another lap time, a 131, right? No other cars are in the 131s. If they drop back to 133s, it's because of traffic, but you consistently look at timing and scoring, and there is nobody faster than that 59. If, I'm actually going to get a little greedy. I was actually a little bit happy for that penalty early on. Otherwise, this 59 would be running away with it.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's given us quite an interesting race, and a little love to Sergio Ramirez in the 392 machine. They've also been leading pretty much this entire race. He has shared that car with Barry Zerbukin. Barry handed it over. You often describe it as the meat and potatoes of the race. He did all the middle stints in this car. Sergio gonna act as the anchor, but he's also well ahead of the number 14 in that ZR3 class. I think he's multiple laps ahead, actually, something like 4 laps, if I'm seeing this correctly, that he is over the next nearest car in his class.
It's been really fun watching this BMW as well. I think a lot of the newer cars that we are used to seeing, they're so stiffly sprung on the racetrack, and don't get me wrong, very compliant when they go up and over the curves because of the shock packages. But this car makes the speed completely differently. It looks a little bit more roly-poly-oly out there. It handles up and over the curbs from what we saw on the backside of the racetrack. Fantastic, but a different looking race car, and I think that's one of the beautiful parts about the Zenith Racing Series. Not only do we have the 3 classes, right, the ZP2 class of the prototypes out there, but we've got the 2 GT classes, the ZR2s and ZR3s, and of course they're all based off of that horsepower to weight, so we get quite a variety of different machines.
I have to ask after that, is roly-poly-oly the technical term you gave your engineers in your racing days?
Oh, I would absolutely use that 100%. I mean, that's what it's doing. It's roly-poly-oly,
I like it. It gets the point across. This is our leader down in the ZR2s, the 95 of 94 Motorsports. It's been a swap back and forth between Matt Million and Colin Garrett a couple times in this race. Matt did 2 stints. Colin has done 2 stints. They've taken 4 tires, and even with that, they are still eating up that penalty, much like we saw the 59 did, and leading the way, being unchallenged. Opalski is in. We've been waiting for this moment. What was that note that you said? How long ago was it that they pitted, Joey?
38. So, I mean, hour 38. So they just stretched it, to call it an hour and 5 minutes is what they did.
Okay. That is really tight for Alder.
I know. That's really tight for Stratus Racing.
And they are now officially our leader, with Opalski having pitted. Waiting to see where they come out. I had predicted, I think, about 4th place maybe, behind Barker. But they need to finish refueling and return to the track before we know for sure where they will size up. Hibbett moves up into 2nd now. As we watch that car with the P next to it, that means they're in pit lane. And Barker should be coming up soon, so Opalski does need to get the car rolling pretty shortly if he hopes to have a shot. And he's out. He has done it. He is on the track, and Barker is still behind.
Yeah, so leapfrogged the 77 there. I still think that probably the king of strategy, right now at least, is the 4 of round 3 racing with Camden Hibbett behind the wheel. And just as we're reporting on this, the 77 has gone by Max Opalski on the racetrack for the 908, still getting up to speed. 77 of Nimbus Racing took advantage of it.
And I think that was some of that GPS issues that we were kind of joking about earlier. It took a minute for it to update, and yeah, Barker was in fact easily ahead of him. So the 77 is now up to 3rd. So the 908 of Opalski is within showing about 7 seconds at this stage, so they could try and run them down in the final 30 minutes if they want to finish on the podium, and now it's up to Barker to try and deny them that chance. And we got, I think that's the 5. Or is that? No, that's the 3. McClintock is in pit lane and actually just left.
I'm going to be watching the lap times of this 59 very carefully. 31s is what they've just been pounding on the timesheet. 31s, all stint long for Alder, if not faster. If that number starts to be 32.0, 32.5, 32.5 into the 32s, I think that would kind of recognize that they're fuel saving. But as of right now, everything it has not changed. They are still turning consistent 31s on the track.
And if they hit those 32.5s, that would probably be about the same pace, maybe slightly slower than Camden. And they've pulled a gap of about 5 seconds. So as long as they only have to fuel save for enough laps to keep them ahead to try and get to the finish, then that strategy still works. So, again, a lot of speculation on our part.
and here's the tough part about what you are talking about, is that if you try to fuel save halfway in, 3/4 of the way into the stint, you're just not going to get the efficiency you need. You need to start it from the beginning. But this is coming from scribble math over here. I don't have the hard data. I don't have the fuel weights. I don't have the exact calculations per lap. And those people over at Stratus Racing, trust me, are much smarter than what I am. We're just going to see if they can stretch it to the end.
We just get to talk about this. We look at the big picture. They have people that are getting into the nitty-gritty. And I think Sloan is on her way to try and give a poke to that Stratus Racing team, see what info they'll be willing to give up to us, because the world wants to know whether or not they think they could get to the end. And that could also give us a lot more as to the picture of this, because their confidence on it will say a whole lot. And so far, smooth sailing, I have to say. If that car is pushing, I haven't really seen it get wobbly out there. It looks like it is well under control.
The driver has just been in cohesion with the car. They pretty much have been one. And you're right, just been extremely consistent laps. Haven't been any wiggles out there on the racetrack. When they approach the lapped traffic or multi-class cars, they always seem to be able to present the car in a decent area, while we've seen others either lose positions or maybe be in the wrong gear or lose a little bit of track position. But Alder has been full focus forward.
So apparently the Stratus Racing team does not want to play ball. We have been told they may or may not be able to make it to the end, which doesn't tell us anything. So
Same
they're
story
keeping it
from
close
Sonoma.
to their chest. Yeah. So unwilling to enlighten us on this one. But the truth will come out eventually. We'll know before this checkered flag is out. And they're going to get one more car that they're overtaking. This is the 5. That's McCall, who's just Brad McCall has just hopped back into that car and allows them through. So another lap down for the 5 team.
Well, seems like the 77 is lining up for a podium. That's Nimbus Racing, and Max Sapolsky is right on the back, I believe, of that 77. I was just noticing timing and scoring, but I think it's just the loops. They kind of have been flip-flopping back and forth because, remember, the 77 was able to get by that automatic racing car while I was in pit lane. It's just how fast can Max be once he's out there on the racetrack and actually fighting for the spots.
Oh, I think Pacelli just came in. 177 taking what should be their last stop. I know we had some fans asking about them, so they should be out with these 26 minutes left. And like we mentioned earlier, they are locked into this 3rd position by now because the 94 is effectively out of this race at this stage. So the 177 cannot be overtaken.
So, continuing on here, under half an hour remaining. 59 certainly seems like they have got a solid grip on the race lead. It's just if they've got a grip on the fuel in the tank as well. Round 3 Racing sitting in 2nd place. We know they are good to go. Same thing with the 77. They should be good to go as well. Talking about that ZR2 class, it has been Colin Garrett and Matt Millian that have just put on one heck of a show once again today, with 9-4 Motorsports leading that class, and then Retro Rockets really showing up here at Barber. Had a little bit of a tough time about a month ago over on the West Coast, but that Retro Rockets team doing a fantastic job hanging on to 2nd in that ZR2 class, Joe.
Now, I don't have official numbers here. I'm just kind of guesstimating, but I would wager we had maybe 20 to 25 minutes of the Code 60 during this race. We are on lap 171 right now. I'm very curious what percentage of maximum possible laps out there we're reaching today, because it's pretty darn close. The pace has been intense. Granted, it could have been one lap more because, as you pointed out earlier, Alder did have the lap penalty.
It's pretty unreal how fast they've been. Like I said, a little bit greedy that I was like, oh, hey, you know what? Having that lap penalty has provided us one heck of a race here towards the end. I don't think that Stratus Racing probably quite sees it the same way. But either way, I think that going into tomorrow, they will carry confidence into that race.
They'll know they're the one to beat, at least with how the cars are right now. And also, let's keep in mind that this race will set the grid for the next one. We haven't talked about it a lot, but they do not have another qualifying session. Fastest laps of this race determines the starting grid order for race number 2. So you definitely wanted to be pushing out there to get as high up the order as you can when we return on Sunday. We continue to ride on board with our leader here, Jason Alder, up to about 7.8 seconds. They didn't come in that time by. Haven't seen any signs of them heading for the pit lane here in recent time.
I think it's going to be all the way down to the end. And at this point, you have to run it until it's completely dry. Got to trust your driver, fuel numbers that they're telling you. What was that number that I said we should start to be looking for about fuel save, about into the 132s? What was that last lap time from Alder? 132.3.
Ooh. And Hibbett is still a little bit slower, but again, we need to look at the overall picture based on their regular pace, their average pace, if you will. Because that last one to 33.6 might not be representative. I had seen them running the 32s, low 32s to mid 32s for much of this race. So Camden Hibbett's going to be trying to push forward here at the end, maybe get a win if they feel like there is blood in the water. And again, the 59 team won't chat with us about whether or not they can make it to the finish on this fuel. At this point, they are getting, let's see, it was an hour and 15 to go, hour 14. Is that what you said when they pitted?
It was about an hour 10 when they rolled onto pit road, which means that they would have rolled off at about, call it hour 8.5, maybe hour 9 remaining. But we still have that +1 lap, so kind of that's a wash, right? And we saw the automatic car go an hour and 5, maybe at most an hour 5 minutes with some change on it. It's very close, very close.
We are watching this 59 like a hawk. I know they've gotten a lot of screen time, but you don't want to miss when that car starts to sputter or has to come down into pit lane. Been doing a very good job with this lap traffic. Jason Alder, who shared it with Clay McGurk, who started this this race out in that 59. But I'm trying to remember. I feel like Clay handed it over probably after the first hour or somewhere around there, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think it was about that. I think that Clay was in there for at least a good double. And then, yes, you're right. It really has been Alder that has taken the lion's share of the stint.
I mean, even if he's done 3.5 hours, let's say, let's be more generous to Clay on that one. That's, yeah, without 3.5 during the full thing, I could understand if they swap back and forth, but it has been Jason since he got in the car. He has not stepped out, and he's only gotten breaks during those pit stops, splashing up on fuel. So he stays out for another lap and gets ready to try and lap another car. We do still have, I think, about 15 cars running, so we've lost 5 of them now since the beginning of the race. Not that bad, honestly. Especially, you think back to some of the mechanicals that we saw back at Sonoma, and I'm knocking on wood here. we are doing pretty good, I think, on the attrition rate.
Yeah, and I'm knocking on the wood over here as well, just as any good commentator should, because you're right. I had a few little mechanical issues back at Sonoma, primarily in this lead class, and haven't seen any of that crop up at all here today. I also think that the racetrack is completely different. There's some racetracks that have certain characteristics and others have others. Here at Barber, relatively flat in terms of the loading on the car, and when we do have these downhill sections, it's a relatively, call it slower speed section. So the load on the car, not quite as great, but I also think that just the development of the car, remember, these are relatively new cars, so they're always getting worked on, always getting tweaked and tuned. So everything with Zenith Racing Series certainly going the right direction.
Which we'd love to see. Still, Alder has not pitted. Down to less than 20 minutes to go on the clock. This has got to be nerve-wracking as well for them up on the box, hoping that they've done all the calculations right, unless they know more than we do that they are super confident. But this seems like such an impressive run if they can make it to the finish. Because even if they pitted, I had teased about, well, if they could stretch away, they definitely have not made that, Joey. It's only about 10 seconds down to Hibbett right now.
They're keeping them honest, right? I think that Camden is doing the right thing. However, just the pace has been with the 59. So if we get a challenger, I don't necessarily think it's going to be going up there and racing elbows out with the 59, but that doesn't take anything away from the rest of the teams and the performance that they have put together I really feel like this 59 has flown under the radar the majority of the race, just because they were buried in track position. So others did kind of get to carry the torch, and they were able to showcase how good they can put together a race. But ultimately, once the 59 got rolling and didn't have any more penalties, they were pretty much a runaway train.
And looking back at how race 1 went at Sonoma, guess who took the victory in that one? It was Camden Hibbett, Piatek, and Bellarmine. So yeah, it would not be unprecedented if we saw this change around and the 4 came away with the win. It certainly would
Joe,
be.
Do you remember how the 4 got the win there?
It wasn't it for fuel, I believe?
I believe
or is it a
this
penalty?
59. I believe it was the 59 car had to make a late stop.
I think you are right. Let me go back to my results here on that one.
And I believe they were able to capitalize on race number 2. And once again, it was a very similar story where Stratus Racing, I want to call them the class of the paddock out here. I think that there's several teams up there that can always go up and challenge for that lead kind of top team or that top speed out there, especially on the timesheets. But Stratus Racing has really shown up in the ZP2 class and kind of put their foot down and said, hey, you got to come out here and beat us if you want to win these races. But there's been some underdogs that have certainly gone up and thrown some punches.
So McGurk was on that 59 team before with Waddell, Million, and Alder, and they finished 3rd in the end, which is probably where they will wind up if they come in and make a stop, because I think Barker's too far back to catch them. They're only going to need the tiniest amount of fuel at this stage.
Right? If.
Yes, if. Everything is still a big if.
And I mean, it's as tight as it can be. Just based off of the automatic racing data, this car is within 5 minutes, and it's. I know they're spec cars, but it's 2 different teams, 2 different drivers, 2 different setups. So you can't say what happens exactly on this one car is a copy paste directly to the other. Man, I would love to be Miss Cleo right now. She could certainly give us some answers.
But this is what I love about racing. We just don't know until the end. This is why we watch, because we want to see who can be the first to that finish line once those 5 hours are up. And right now we've gone 4 hours and 45 minutes. And so far, Alder and McGurk have brought the 59 up to the lead. They're now up to 14 seconds. They are pulling away still from Hibbett. It's just not enough. And if they've been saving, they've been hiding it quite a lot, because their pace has been better than anybody else out on the track. So we don't think that is the case. It's just, if they've somehow got 2 drivers that have this sort of Dixon-esque fuel saving where they're so fast and somehow seem to be able to be a fuel whisperer, then everybody's going to be asking them for the tricks of the trade after this one.
And I was making the comments, oh, here we go. 59 is hitting pit road, 14 minutes and change plus a lap. So I don't know if it's going to be a completely full fuel load that they're going to have to take, but the strategy cards have fallen. Here they come. They just need to execute this as clean as they possibly can and get the car back out on the racetrack.
It just wasn't meant to be in the end. Hibbett should be able to go by here. There it is. Camden Hibbett takes the lead back with 14 minutes, we'll call it, left to go. Alder sitting and waiting to take the fuel. Barker is probably going to move up into that second spot. What about Opalski in the 908? Will they be able to get out there before Alder comes off of pit lane? They're still not marked as out yet. They're still taking their service. Now it's been marked.
They're going to be going through the Alabama roller coaster right about now. So it is just that question of how quickly they can get back up to pace, but it certainly seems like the race has been handed over to the number 4 car. Now, we made the comment that they stopped with 1 hour remaining. Once again, that's pretty close from the data that we've got. However, we both felt, at least when they made that stop, that, oh, all right, this feels a lot better than 1 hour 10 remaining.
Yeah, it certainly seemed comfortable in comparison, but it doesn't matter what the comparison is. It matters whether or not it can stretch them to the checkered flag. And we're waiting on our timing and scoring to just confirm on the position of Alder here, because I think we need them to cross the line to really get this fully updated. But for sure, we do know that this 4 car on your screen is currently your race leader, now that Stratus Racing has taken their pit stop.
Gotta say, that fight between the 77 and the 908 on the racetrack is pretty much right next to each other. It shows about 0.2 of a second separating those cars, and that would be a pretty interesting fight, especially given that it's for a podium position, too.
Absolutely, and 77 just getting ready to cross the line. And the 59, if I'm showing this right, I think they are legitimately out in second. Now, they are a minute behind the 4 car, so the win, unless there is some sort of major drama for round 3 racing, is off the cards for Stratus Racing. But they are well ahead of the 908 and the 77 fighting for that 3rd position. So, yes, it's not looking like a win, but still huge credit to Stratus for dragging this car to a 2nd place today.
Impressive comeback, and just waiting for everything else to sort out with this lead ZP2 class between the 77 and the 908 out there. That's Barker and Opalski. Camden Hibbett, though, in round 3 racing, like I said, has been handed over control of the race. Now I've got a yellow flag. This is down in turn number 5.
I think that's the 908.
I believe this is the 908.
I had to double check because that they've had that GPS problem, but we've got confirmation that is them. And they were going into the runoff at turn 5. Now, we've got a green flag showing suddenly, so not sure. Let's see here. This is coming down into that corner now with our leader. Let's see if we can see within the camera shot if they are still there, because maybe they just locked it up. No, they are still there.
Oh. Yeah, so you're right in that we don't have a yellow flag on timing and scoring, and what I believe has been said is probably that they are far enough around the corner. So if this was going into turn number 5, Joe, massive speeds going into the corner. However, it is well around turn number 5 that they probably feel it's in a safe enough place, at least for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think that's the big hope. They don't want to finish this under the code 60.
I just see a message from race control.
And you know who is cursing the 908 right now is the 59 team. If they had made it, that was what, 4 more minutes, then they may have been able to take that and come out in the lead.
Yeah, heartbreaking. You know, racing, it can certainly provide you with some great highs, and it can provide you some of the lowest lows for sure. And I think if there's one thing that round 3 racing is happy of is this code 60, because if they were close on fuel, they are now good. You see the shake of the head there from Alder? We are riding on board right now, the 59, and he just cannot believe that this has happened.
So close, yet so far away. And it was all essentially luck of the draw for them. You often just can't control these things, and, well, you never can control them. You better not, as they will still get this 2nd place, but this slow pace would have allowed them to be in and out, most likely, if not ahead, at least very, very close, I would think, to Camden Hibbett's car to try and chase them down whatever green they would have been able to get at the very finish. But we've only got 8.5 minutes really, and it's plus 1 lap. We should add to that because we haven't really mentioned that. As soon as the clock hits 0, then they will get the white flag the next time across the line. But it's going to be tight on whether or not they'll get this restarted. As looks like they thankfully do have the safety crews already there.
And I wonder if they're going to need to put it up on the flatbed or if they can simply flat tow it around. There is that brake over there that you can see on the right side of the screen, but I don't think that the safety truck can actually fit through there. However, given that there's such little time remaining, you can't kind of pull it behind the wall. You don't have to go through the brake itself, but there's a big wall section just to the right of the camera shot. But this is what I was a little bit hoping we wouldn't see, is the drivers climbing out of the 908. That is Max Opolsky, which usually means a little bit more of an in-depth problem.
Yeah, we've also had the 909 team sitting in pit lane for some time. In fact, it looks like Sloan is down there. Maybe she's got some information. Sloan, what's going on?
Hey guys, yeah, we have 12 minutes left in the race, and you never want to have your car back in the pits. I was kind of getting some information that the 909, they're not entirely sure what's going on right now. The 908, I heard, got bumped a little bit, so that's kind of what they're trying to figure out, is if it needs to come in or what's going on. I don't have full visual of the track, but yeah, it looks like we're trying to communicate to the driver, trying to see what's going on. Maybe we'll be able to get him back out there, but for right now, it's kind of one of those things of like, we don't know until we take a closer look. So, we're back to green, which is very exciting. But yeah, you know, when you've got 11 minutes to go, this is not where you really want to be. You want to be back on the track. So we'll keep you guys updated, but this is kind of what the story is for right now for the 909.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Interesting stuff about this, Joey, is that 908 is still out there. They did not pull it behind the wall, but they did pull the safety truck back there. So I guess they are just going to leave it be, since, like you said, it is out of the firing line.
Well, out of the firing line, and I think more bigger picture, right? We've only got 6 minutes plus a lap left. So if they take a whole bunch of time, they're basically taking away the end of this race to everybody else. So as long as they feel like it is in a safe enough situation, let's go racing. Let's see what everybody's got. And right now, Camden Hibbett in this number 4 car has got a lot of traffic out the windshield. He's able to navigate around the outside of both of those cars, maintain the lead position, and now he's just got to trudge it through to the end.
Ethan Barker's loving that because they're now locked into that 3rd place effectively. And Opolsky's going to lose 4th. I believe Brad McCall will jump up in a lap or 2 here once they re-overtake Opolsky on laps, as they were a bit behind. So unfortunate for the 908 team, but at worst, I think they're going to wind up in 5th, especially since Wilmot, as we just heard from Sloan, is stuck in pit lane.
Still have 5 minutes plus a lap, and with how much traffic is out there, anything is certainly possible. You cannot change your rhythm, change your strategy. You just have to keep on going, turn the laps that you've been turning, because that's what's gotten you here. You got to make it through the next 5 minutes plus a lap, and I think as long as you see less cars out the windshield of the number 4 car, that's going to be a happy driver.
And I want to correct myself. Wilmot is back out on track. They've managed to get the car going. So the 909 is going to complete laps. They aren't going to overtake the 908, though. They're too many laps behind on that. We also had some penalties from that code 60. Car 14, 27, 73, and 177 all get docked a lap for a code 60 violation. I would assume that's probably speeding.
I would assume that as well, either not getting down to speed in time or maybe even going green a little bit sooner. Those would be my 2 guesses. But that is quite a list out there, and I was just trying to find. I don't think it's going to affect anybody's running order. The number 14 is sitting 2nd in that ZR3 class, but they are a couple laps ahead of 3rd place. You're
right. I was just looking at that. So, yeah, I think they'll manage to retain that. anybody who loses positions, it's for the overall and not within class. 177, another one that I think might lose a spot overall, but where is the 73 here? They're sitting in 4th, so yeah, they're in a comfortable position themselves. So yeah, one of those things where people get a slap on the wrist right at the very end, but won't really do much in the bigger picture on this one. We're down to 3 minutes plus a lap to go. Camden Hibbett has a 27-second lead from what I am seeing. All they have to do is hit the marks, take it to the end, and they get to claim their second win of the year.
As we watch our leader go around our other class leader. So that blue BMW right there, that's Colin Garrett driving the number 95 for 9-4 Motorsports. They have been leading this ZR2 class, so one of our GT car classes out here, the faster of our two GT car classes. They did opt to take some tires. They took a couple penalty laps because of those tires, but ever since then have been able to retake that lead from the number 41 and almost deja vu from those opening rounds out there in Sonoma.
Yeah, in fact, I think they're going to wind up 2 laps ahead of William Alsup. So they not only made those laps back, they added to it and have left the field in the dust, continuing to look like they are going to be nigh unbeatable with the way this racing has been going. Somebody needs to hop into that ZR2 class and take the fight to them. But here in the ZP2 class, now under 2 minutes left on the clock. Little bit of traffic in front of them, and they truly can take their time from here. As you can see, some of the cars in the GT class just simply pulling over and letting them by. They also don't want any dramas right at the end. They just want to reach the checkered flag.
Through this technical section here, and of course we got to get all the way down to those zeros on that time clock before we hit 1 lap, and we're turning, call it 134s out there. We're going to cross the line at about a 120 remaining, just under, so should be about 2 laps remaining this lap plus next.
Camden Hibbett in this number 4 car, sharing it with the likes of Oliver Piatek and then Thomas Belleman. These 3 have put together just a phenomenal run out there. Even if they weren't the quickest car, they were the quickest with the right strategy. And they were clean too. Haven't seen penalties for this number 4 all race long, staying out of trouble and having to fight in the process. You remember back to poor Belleman being stuck behind Gavin for so many laps. They had to earn this one.
That was a great fight to watch, wasn't it? Right in the middle of the race with Belleman, and then also Gavin Vaughn out there battling it out. I think that number 77, when Vaughn was in the car, saw a ton of action. Belleman was tons of fun to watch him posturing behind everybody, flashing the lights, trying to make their way through. And Camden Hibbett, I watched him at least from the onboard make that pass on the 77 a couple hours ago through the traffic in turns number 1 and 2. So I can't say that it has been one specific driver in this entry. It really has been a combination of team effort. And then to your point, really not dropping the ball on the team side or penalty side either.
White flag is out for Camden Hibbett. Still with a healthy margin over Jason Alder. And this is a tough call on who gets, drive of the race. Just nothing official, just some really impressive drives all around from multiple teams here today to give us not only the action we saw, but what is going to be some well-celebrated victories and podium finishes out on track. Camden's just got about half a lap to go now, and they're going to celebrate victory number 2. I'm sure his teammates already getting ready to go up to the wall to cheer him on to the checkered flag.
Well, Joe, you said you can't call it and it's not official, but the driver of the race for me, I'm actually going to give it to our ZR3 class lead, Harrison Motorsports. That's at 392. They weren't here with us at Sonoma, so that's a new entry, a new car, and they showed up on the scene here with that BMW and have just mopped the floor in terms of the competition. So my race goes out to that Harrison Motorsports entry, that 392.
Yeah, good call. And like I said, it's a tough one because there were so many good drives today in different aspects. But for the overall win, the best drive has gone to this trio, the number 4 round 3 racing team, flashing the headlights in celebration with the win at round 3.
And now we wait for the rest of the field. Be anxiously waiting our ZR2 class leader. I believe this is Colin Garrett paired up with Matt Millian. They're going to claim yet another win for 9-4 Motorsports.
And there goes Ramirez. Sergio driving the car to win in the ZR3 class for 392 Harrison Motorsports. Coming in with a splash, as Joey said, and showing everybody that they are on notice. It's a great podium for Alder and Barker, as well for the Stratus Racing 59 and the Nimbus Racing 77. Also credit to William Alsup and the 41 Retro Rockets team. They gather up another podium. Camburn Performance and the 177. They manage to collect a podium. I think they're just getting to the line here soon. And then down in the ZR3s, Ocaranza haven't really given the 14 a lot of love. They take a P2. Manley and the 85. Both those cars, AOA Racing, locking up podium finishes here today. We'll go through the whole results in just a little bit, but we will see 15 of the 20 starters manage to reach the checkered flag today.
Zenith Racing Series is where you want to go and race, especially if you are trying to get into some horsepower to weight ratio racing as well as these prototypes. I just want to point out how look at the different teams that we've got on the podium. So we've got 9 spots on the podium here, 3 cars per class. We have 8 different teams representing those 9 spots. Pretty cool.
Good catch on that. I didn't even realize that it was that diverse. And with the last car across the line, which interestingly was our 177 of Pacelli, I think we can call this unofficially. And your number 4 car from round 3 racing takes the win, as Stratus Racing in the 59 machine was second place. Then it was Nimbus Racing in third with the 77. Round 3 racing took fourth, in the number 5, with Automatic Racing in the 908, rounding out your top 5. Then you get to your ZR2 class. Colin Garrett takes the victory there, with Alsup in second. The win for the ZR3s goes to Ramirez in the 392 for Harrison Motorsports, with 6th in the Automatic Racing team, the ZP2s. Then behind them, McClintock for round 3 racing finished in 7th. Your third place finisher in ZR2 was Camburn Performance in the 177 car. Second place after that goes to AOA Racing ZR3 number 14. And then the fellow AOA car of the 85 finishes third in that ZR3 class. After that, it was the finish line RPMs finishing 4th in the ZR3 class. 8th in the ZP2s goes to Powell Racing, the number 27 car. Last car to see the finish line, 9-4 Motorsports, Big Mission Motorsports, Stratus Racing's number 57, Bruce Innovations, and No Lift Racing, all unfortunately DNF'd today. I think we're getting ready for the podium celebrations here pretty soon, and we'll hand off to Sloan once we've reached that. But Joey, we got a 6-hour race tomorrow, so we get to do it all over again with a little extra bonus, but a slightly different format, so I'm curious to see how that's going to change it up.
Yeah, we did 5 hours here today at Barber, and like you had just mentioned, 6 hours tomorrow. I think the biggest difference is we cut out qualifying. All of these teams, they were practicing and qualifying. So I would say that they were on the hustle, right, to make sure that the cars were turned over for each one of those sessions, to get out there, qualify, make sure it's to get out there and go race, and that you got to be out there on the grid. And so tomorrow, we essentially just kick everything off with the racing. So a little bit of a dynamic change, like you were just mentioning as well.
We might have one final twist in the tail. Incident involving cars 908 and 77 under review. The 908 was the one that wound up at the side of the road there at the end that brought out the code 60. As we see the teams now celebrating your top runners in the round 3 racing number 4, all hugging one another there. The 77 is the Nimbus Racing team. They are currently on the podium. If they get a penalty, that might take them off.
And just to kind of add to your point, Joe, that will be very interesting to see what race control has to say about that one. Of course, we didn't catch what action actually happened down there. We only saw the result of it. And then to get that, basically once the checkered flag had fallen, that's some more drama to insert before tomorrow.
We saw our winner in the 95 of Colin Garrett for 9-4 Motorsports pull up there. They are now also hopping out of the car. Sure, Matt is nearby somewhere. And yeah, it looks like that's him giving a nice high five to his teammate. In fact, I think, is that going to be the 3rd straight win? Let me check my results here.
It should. I don't see a reason why the 95 would have lost a race. I think that they've got so many laps on their competitors that they could probably take one off by now.
And checking through, I'm actually not seeing in the ZR2s them showing up. So I'm not sure if maybe they are just not scored as fighting for the championship on that one. So we'll get back to that in a little bit. Love seeing those 3 winning teams all lined up down at the podiums as the rest slowly make their way up to the Parc Fermé to get their once over.
Barber Motorsports Park, always such a beautiful facility over there. And honestly, Zenith Racing Series, talk about a fantastic weekend to be there. You've got the entire facility to yourself.
Yeah, and this would definitely be a fun weekend to go and get to watch. Like you said, just about have any view that you could want out there. Didn't have to fight for the angles. Also love what the track does. I just noticed as a side note that I think the People Mover was out on the circuit. And I assume that is to go get the corner marshals out there. So very lovely little touch that they take care of their crew that way.
And trust me, if you had to walk around Barber, it's a hike. You know, this overhead shot doesn't really show it. The paddock looks relatively flat, but that grass strip in the middle, you notice there's some stairs. It is a stepped paddock. There's lots of elevation change throughout this place. So if you are walking around this place, a golf cart, maybe some roller skates and a ski rope, that would definitely help out.
I like the way you think on this one. I've heard some stories from you included on some of the shenanigans that could happen in this paddock, but we won't get into that at this
wheelies,
stage.
Golf cart wheelies, easy peasy going up that stepped paddock. Yeah, no big deal at all.
Lots of entertaining things that can happen here at this track. I think at this point we're just holding out for these podium ceremonies. So we're waiting to get the signal to throw on down.
Yeah, I think we're just patiently waiting while everybody is basically hopped out of their cars and just waiting on everybody to get ready down there. I see Sloan is finally down there as well, so I think we are just patiently waiting on the word that all of the drivers are here and ready to get going.
I'd say we're ready to get going. I think are we on?
Well, I think she gave us our answer.
If you can't tell, we're kind of double miking this whole thing. So I don't know if this one works. Maybe this one works. We're going to figure this out together, everybody. Welcome to the podium celebration for race 1 here at Barber Motorsports Park. This is where you clap. Yeah, see, it's working. It's working a little bit. Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, 17 turns of technical precision and competition for our 5-hour race today was able to smoothly run without rain showers of classic Barber. Can we give it up for that too? No rain? we're clapping. We're gonna clap. It's kind of fun. Okay, we're gonna start with our podium ceremonies now. Can we have the ZR2 class ready to come up? In third place, we have 177 Camburn Performance. Do we have Camburn Performance? Oh, I see them coming. You'll grab your trophy from Emily here, and you've got your hats. And we're going to pose for some photos. Beauty is pain sometimes, you know, you gotta adjust. It's okay. I need like 30 minutes in the morning, so. Woohoo! Congratulations, guys. In second place for the ZR2 class, we have number 41, Retro Rockets Racing. Awesome. We'll have you guys pose for some photos. Yeah, hat on. Come on. And in first place, we have car number 9594 Motorsports. We're gonna pose for some photos. Be so proud of yourselves. This is so exciting. At least I'm excited, you know? And now Emily will be passing out the non-alcoholic champagne because this is a series for everybody, even under the ages of 21. So we want to be very inclusive, you know? So you are allowed to spray it. Try not to get it on the cars and not on each other, but feel free to spray your non-alcoholic drinks. Awesome. Congratulations, guys. Okay, you can leave now. Okay, we're gonna continue with our ZR3 class. In third place, we have car number 85, AOA Racing. Yeah, clap, come on, why doesn't anybody clap anymore? You got two hands, use them. Please clap. Awesome. Alrighty, in second place, we have car number 14, AOA Racing. We go. That's the excitement that I want to see. Let's celebrate, guys. Come on. Oh, I'm not answering that. That was incredible. Okay. And in first place, we have car number 392, Harrison Motorsports. Awesome. Pose for your photo ops. And Emily is going to be passing out our non-alcoholic celebration drink. And we'll let the photographers get their shots and then maybe move out of the splash zone a little bit. I'm gonna get the okay from the photographers. You got the okay? All right, spray your non-alcoholic drinks. I bet that feels good after being in the humidity in the car. I wouldn't know, but I did sweat today, so there's that. Anyway, and now we're gonna get on with our ZP2 class. In third place, we have car number 77, Nimbus Racing. There's the cheering, I love it. Come on, cheer for him. Congratulations, guys. Oh, they got some cool swag. I like that. That's really cool. I like those colors. Alrighty, pose for a photo op. Good job. Woohoo! Alrighty, and in second place, we have car number 59, Stratus Racing. Pose for your photo op. Gorgeous smiles, gorgeous, gorgeous. And in first place, we have car number 4, round 3 racing. That's good sportsmanship right there, if I've ever seen it. We're gonna have posing for our photos now, and then when I get the okay from the photographers, we'll have Emily, our gorgeous Emily over here pass out our non-alcoholic drinks. All right, we got the thumbs up. All right, I'd move if I were you guys. Got one driver who's like, I'm not being part of this right now. All right, actually, one more photo. One more photo before we do it. One more. Okay, ready? Spray your non-alcoholic celebration drinks. That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Alrighty, and that concludes our podium ceremony and the end to race 1 at Barber Motorsports Park. We will be live tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central Time, and I hope you're excited because it's a 6-hour race tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.